26th Board of Architects to review large meeting in a public meeting room at 2 George Street. My name is Henry Grimble. I'm the chairman of the board and will be serving as chairman this afternoon. The other board members present this afternoon from my left, James Meadows and Seton Brown, Joel Trantham, Steve Ramos. And with us today, the city staff present, B.D. Wortham Galvin to my right, and our city architects, Lawrence Courtney, and Brad was here over there, Brad Thomas. We have several recusals, and those are Seton Brown recusing on item number 2, 106 Cummings Street, and Joel Trantham recusing on 134 St. Philip Street, meaning they've had to sign a written paper and they can't participate at all because they have a conflict. They have an interest in the item, so they can't consider it. Applications have been required to be submitted. Applicants have been required to submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Staff will control the slide presentation on these screens, which may include everything submitted by the applicant by the deadline in accordance with the submission requirements. If an applicant is familiar with the clicker, feel free to use it. Just point it this way. And if you need help, just ask the staff to advance to the next slide during the presentation. Applicants, staff, and the board members are required to give their names when speaking. And when we get to the public part of it, where public makes comments, your name and address using that podium with the microphone. And we do that because the meeting is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube, and hereafter a video of this meeting can be found on YouTube at quote City of Charleston Public Meeting BARL end quote. And your appearance here today is your consent to be recorded. We have an order to our meetings as follows. First, there will be an introduction and overview of the applicant's project by the city staff, to the board, and to you, the public. Second is the applicant's presentation, which has a 10-minute time limit, or as determined by the chair, and with any questions of the applicant by the board and staff. I'm sorry, but not by the public. Each presenter should clearly state his or her name for the record. Persons affiliated with the project, be it owners, developers, designers, consultants, speak during this section, but not in the public comment section. Third, we will then hear from you, the public, during the public comment section. All applications are part of a public meeting. Written public comments are due by noon the day before the meeting, and any comments received from the public have been transmitted to and considered by the board members, and I read them all this morning. There were a lot of them, especially on the Cummings Street issue, and we'll get to that. Written comments from the public will not be read aloud during the meeting unless requested by a member of the board and with the permission of me, the chair. In the public comments section, which is limited and will be limited to 20 minutes by our rules, following the presentation by the applicant, any member of the public, any of you who wishes to be heard in person on an agenda item at this time is required to state his or her name for the record. And I ask you, if you've already made a submission in writing, hold off and let people who have not submitted made comments in writing, let people who have not submitted written comments speak first. And only if you've submitted a written comment, we've read them, and please try not to speak unless you have something else to add to the comments you've already submitted. And you have two minutes, each person in the public has 2 minutes, and I'm a trial lawyer by trade. And I've dealt with time limits all my career, and I'm pretty adamant about maintaining time limitations. An applicant may not respond to comments made during the public comment section. Fourth, after the public comment section, our city staff will give us its comments and recommendations. Fifth, the applicant then has an opportunity to respond briefly to the public comments and the city staff comments and recommendations. This response section by the applicant has a 5-minute time limit, and the applicant can waive it if the applicant does not feel it's necessary to make a response. Sixth, that will take us into the board discussion and vote. At this point, the applicant's presentation and public comment close. During the board discussion, the applicant may ask to clarify, however, perceived inaccurate information by raising a hand and then being recognized by the chair and asked to speak. Board members will be polled by the chairman for comments and for their vote on a motion. The chair should reread a motion verbatim, and the board member making the motion should correct the chair if he's not reread the motion accurately. Once the motion is in proper order and seconded, each member, when voting, will respond yea if in favor and nay if not in favor. Results will be posted to our website for the city at www.charleston-sc.gov. Do me a favor and silence your cell phones. Any potential disruptive devices, please limit your comments to architecture only. And if you come here for reasons other than architecture only, I'll just tell you, this is my first meeting as chairman, and I'm a lawyer, and I wanted to find out what authority we had. And I looked up the powers of the BARL and what we could and could not consider. And you will be restrained only to speak about what this board can consider, because we're making a record and we want the record to be fair and accurate to everybody. For example, comments related to zoning, such as parking, traffic, and lot coverage, as well as livability concerns, not under the purview of this board and cannot be voiced here. And one other thing I put in my notes is the word civility. One of the reasons I've lived in Charleston all my life, one of the reasons I love it as much as I do, I'm willing to do this at my age, is because Charleston is a wonderful place where people exercise civility. And that's what we're going to do here today. I'm going to confirm right now that we do have a quorum for the record. So we will start with the approval of the minutes of our last meeting.
Prior to that, these need to be read.
All right, thank you. There are no deferrals or withdrawals today, and public comments will be received for the following 5 applications: 106 Cummings Street, YWCA, 989 Morrison Drive, 48 and 52 Line Street, 251 King Street, and 134 St. Philip Street. Thanks. We'll start right now with the approval of the minutes of our last meeting held here on June 10, 2026. Has everybody on the board had a chance to review those meeting minutes? And is there a motion to either amend or approve?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And you will vote?
Yay in favor.
Abstain. Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
Those minutes are approved. Now, that will take us to the first item on the agenda, which is 35 B Street, a request by the Medical University of South Carolina for approval of a mock-up panel. And I'm going to interject here. This staff really works hard, and the board works hard, and we all went out there, and it was hot. Believe me, right to the west of the dental school, and looked at that mock-up. Even at 8:30 in the morning, it was hot. So that's where we are now, and I'll ask the staff to begin.
Certainly, 35 B Street is in new construction in the Old City District and Medical District overlay. And as previously stated, they are requesting approval for mock-up panel. Lawrence is going to show us the location so everyone is aware. And then we will be ready for the applicant presentation.
Great. Thank you, BD, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the board members who took time out of their day to go look at that mock-up. It was blazing. Lawrence, if you could flip through the drawings to the first photo. My name is Jay White. I'm with Leo Architecture. I forgot to tell you that.
Mr. White, do you mind standing by the microphone just for the folks at home eating popcorn and very much interested in?
They're not interested.
Mock-up.
To expedite this conversation, we brought our model from BAR preliminary, which was almost 2 years ago. A lot of the comments that we've had about the mock-up is like the condition that you see, well, how visible is it? So I'll go over a few of those, and I'll try to get picked up by these guys. The corners of the brick on this building, actually every fourth course running vertically are actually mitered. They're cut with a saw to meet at 45 degrees. In the past, that's not really been something that the board has really caught into, because usually you see a mortar joint there. There's no mortar joint there in this case. That's a quirk of the brick bond that was chosen for the project. But while you can come nose to nose with that feature here, it's important to note that on this model, the black poster board is the brick. And so here we have the B Street elevation. You would encounter this brick at the second floor line, which is about 30 feet above the sidewalk. And then you would encounter it again on President Street on this projecting bay, which is between about 45 and 85 feet from the sidewalk. And then it's on these corners here that are 85 feet to 125 feet beyond the sidewalk. We're certain that we can maintain the level of execution that's exhibited in the mock-up. As they do that, I know staff is eager to join us on site and walk the scaffolding, poke and prod as weather allows. Another thing that came up is that the detailing of the canopies and whether or not the fasteners are painted, those canopies are here at the 5th floor level. So they're about 95 feet in the air. And so whether we paint the fasteners or leave them bare stainless, that's the vantage point you have to see those. Let's see, most of what you'll encounter at the street level in this building is the terracotta rain screen that's exhibited on the mock-up. So I'll just stop there and see if you all have any questions.
Does the board have any questions?
Jay, I want to show you a couple of pictures.
Okay.
I didn't go with the group, but I went Tuesday.
Okay.
What I'm showing on the mitered joints.
Mhm.
What are those go through there? Is it just going to come out through the weeds?
Yeah, we're going to treat those as other open head joints.
Okay. And I'm now looking at this is the angle for the brick.
That's the angle to support the fin or the sag act for the terracotta.
And that drainage that one thing that the new I'm trying to look at. Enjoying seeing all of that work, because that all seems to be.
Yeah, that the supporting steel for the vertical baguettes is proud of the flashing, so it's all flash bond.
And are those actually, do they meet, or is there, they just stop short of the top joint?
No, they meet and then they just create fill it on top.
Are there any other questions?
A question.
Is there any? Are you through?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment? Does any member of the board request a written and properly submitted public comment to be read? Thank you very much. I'd ask you if you wanted to respond White, but I don't think you need to. Commissioner,
First, it's staff comment and then.
I beg your pardon.
All right,
Staff comment. Thank you.
a lot of items on the order. Staff comments, the use of Norman sized brick, that is quite already previously mentioned with diagonal 1/3 offset running body courses results in every fourth course having to be mitered. The masons have demonstrated that these can be handled well in most locations on the mock-up. The challenge will be in translating this level of craftsmanship onto the building itself. The applicant should apprise the board of how often this occurs on the building and where, which he's already done so. Sealants in places appear overly bright and need to be restudied for a better match. A coating was applied to the inboard section of the metal canopy and elsewhere before it was determined that it would not be used. It has been determined that the vertical perforated metal sunscreen can be centered on the muntins, and the applicant will ask the board if the stainless steel, so I'm asking you to maybe ask them during your time, if the stainless steel bolt heads may remain unpainted due to maintenance concerns, because I know that that was an issue. Cellular weeps need to be recessed into the wall and 1/2 inch to read more like open head joints. The board formed concrete is the smoothest staff has ever seen. Does this smoothness defeat the intended rough aesthetic of this type of construction? Some metal edges or corners need to be hemmed or mitered better for a cleaner look. Masonry joints need to be more uniform and consistent in their width. Staff conditions. As previously mentioned by Mr. White, we're going to ask for multiple inspections as the brick is mitered so that we can just make sure that it's as crafted as well as it is on the mock-up currently. 2, flashings and copings need to be hemmed where they are exposed and tightened up where they are mitered. And 3, sealants in brick walls and terracotta are to better match the generalized blended color of the adjacent material to be inconspicuous. And staff recommendation is mock-up approval with board and staff comments and conditions.
Does that have any reply to that?
Yes, and we appreciate the thorough detail that's brought to the happening to abide by all the staff comments and conditions. And our stance on these little bolts is that 1/2 inch bolt head at 95 feet. We'd rather just leave it unpainted. That way there's never a maintenance issue.
Is there any comment from the board and discussion?
There was a couple of other items that we did review on site that I guess I can just make known for the record. I think there was a piece of metal at the head of the terracotta panels that's going to extend out in order to kind of cover. So as you're looking up, it is kind of a visible element, even although it's very high, but that the hemmed edge and everything on that at the mock-up level was very nice. So I imagine at 95 feet or 85 feet, that'll be very nice. And I did have a lot of discussion with Mr. White on site about the locations at which we were seeing these different joints. And as I stepped back to 20 feet, the corner at where this was fenced in, I could not see the difference in seaming of those miter joints. And knowing that the section that's 30 feet, which is the closest to the public right of way, is also only 4 feet tall. So in terms of the number, that's 5 joints across that. And then everything else occurs at a significant difference higher than that. I felt comfortable on site with the way they were bringing that brick together. I think if it was down closer to the public right of way in an area, but in my opinion, it was not going to be perceptible. And then I know we talked about the bolts and I did give that a lot of thought at first, but I do think it's better that they remained unfinished. Just they're a feature of the building. They're going to be seeing, even in the photographs, the sheen of the plane change in them. With them being a different color, it works with the sheen of the building. So I felt like all those items were addressed.
I'm in agreement with city staff comments as well as yours.
Yep.
I'm okay with the stainless steel bolts. I won't lose any sleep.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for the mock-up approval with board and staff comments and conditions.
I will second that.
The motion is that the application be approved with board comments and recommendations. Stated that correctly.
And staff.
Yeah, so
And staff.
mock-up approval
Well, staff. I
with board
beg your
staff,
pardon.
but comments and conditions,
Yeah,
because the
comments
conditions are choose, because those are the numbered items.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, sir.
Ask for a vote now.
Yes, sir.
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor. Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
In favor. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
So the motion is approved, and we'll now go on to the second item on the agenda, which is 106 Cummings Street.
And I think we'll allow a moment for the models to be switched out, so hopefully time to have that happen.
That.
Yes. Right, 106 Cumming is in Radcliffe Borough. It is new construction, height districts 4A, the old city district. And they are requesting conceptual approval of a student housing building. Lawrence is going to show us the location. And then we can move to applicant presentation when you're ready, Mr. Clark.
Okay, thank you and good evening. I'm Andy Clark with Leolio Architecture. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to go quickly, but with your permission, I'd like to ask for the additional 10 minutes with the amount of content to share.
All right.
So
Proceed.
very quickly, we did provide more information than we typically would because of the sensitivity of this site, but we'll go quickly through. And looks like the clicker is working. Start in general, the narrative, it's of most importance to create a highly visible and publicly accessible commemoration to the important history of this site. We wanted to really activate the ground level and an upper floor that complemented the skyline, separating the mass and volume to be respective to the scale of the street. We'll talk more about that, but really reflecting, a building that's of its place, but also of its time, and some of the tension that exists in the history of this site. Let's start with the community engagement. We really appreciate the Community Engagement Council and all the members of the public had a series of meetings. One of the things I wanted to highlight on this is the memorial component would not start until after construction is complete. So it wouldn't be damaged during construction. We have several years of construction. So that engagement and commemoration design will be ongoing and continue throughout the process. So just wanted to make sure everyone was aware this is not a final commemoration. There will be continued dialogue with that process. We've included a lot of information for board and public knowledge that we won't go into details. Everybody is familiar with the site. Obviously, the College of Charleston has a lot of housing in this area. It's contiguous to the campus. So there's a lot of benefits to having students in this location. Obviously, the history of the site is something we've taken into account. But looking through, you see the context photos and get to the Sanborn maps. This shows the YWCA location overlaid from the late 19th century through the 20th century. And you can see the amount of construction that's happened on the site over that time. The legacy of the YWCA as both civil rights activism as well as social justice, but also as a social hub for the community is something that is of significant importance. And we've been talking about that and how to celebrate that legacy and the ongoing legacy of the YWCA as they're still active in the Charleston area. And that is documented in these HABS drawings of the existing building that was done by Terracon, as well as salvaged items. We will also be salvaging brick from the existing building to be reused in commemorative areas of the new project. And it's also, very different than the history of the municipal cemetery. And as we studied this history, it became clear that it was important to have different zones for commemoration, one that's more celebratory and one that's more contemplative, which informed the massing of this project. You can see on this diagram in red the original boundary, recorded boundary of the municipal cemetery and the proposed site for this. And the overlap is 1/3 of the total area of the original cemetery. And you can see on the right the current buildings in light gray and former buildings that have since been demolished in darker gray. Zoning, this is the PUD, since we are in a PUD. It is a split height district with 4 stories on Cumming Street and 5 along Vandross, with 8 stories and a setback of 50 feet. We have currently proposed a setback of 65 feet from Cumming Street, exceeding that 50 feet to give it a more appropriate scale, we hope. And we also felt important to respond to the rhythm of the single houses along Cumming Street with the new building and splitting the facade and bringing it out to the sidewalk to follow that rhythm and pattern. Originally started at the streetscape, we recessed the south volume to give a hierarchy to entry, to the public entry, and then elevating that to provide more outdoor commemoration space, and then ultimately elevating both portions of the buildings along Cumming Street. We are in a flood zone AE10, so a 12-foot finished floor. The existing grade's around 8 feet. And we have a series of diagrams that inform the circulation, both pedestrian and vehicular. The alleyway between the parking garage from St. Philip, we anticipate to be a heavily trafficked area. So that's something we focused on, of trying to activate that and create a separate entrance on that side. A lot of studies of material, proportion, and pattern, which will bring to our proposed site party. I mentioned the alleyway, so there is a fire lane that will go through the site on the south and east side that you see dashed there on the right, bringing students and in from the alley off of St. Philip Street and bringing the public in off of Cumming Street. Again, the most visible side of the project, having a student entrance deeper set into the block to separate that from the public commemoration zone, and creating a private courtyard so that the public area is designated for commemoration. The master plan includes a phase 2 building that's not part of this application tonight, but sharing that for reference. And the first phase you can see here with surface parking on the north end of the site temporarily until that proceeds. And then as we zoom in closer, you can see the former YWCA footprint in orange and the original along Cumming Street. We tried to locate the building lounge for student entrance on top of where the community room currently exists, and the entryway where the YWCA celebratory legacy on the piazza of the original building, designating 3 zones: celebration, commemoration, and contemplation. The more public areas being the commemorative zones, and then it draws you into further exploration of that history. The evolution of that commemoration, this is going back from last summer, originally having some commemorative elements on the AT&T building next door, and then expanding that and adjusting the massing to create a larger area along Cumming, more visible and accessible, and then ultimately splitting the building and creating 2 separate zones and expanding that around the corners. Some sketches of early studies of outlining the municipal cemetery and some materials and detailed studies of how that could be accomplished. And the YWCA celebratory, having portraiture of important figures in the history etched into the glass as a permanent identifier for students and the public. And then moving into the cemetery of being less traveled on the north part of the site, away from the student entrance, creating an opportunity for an art installation and interpretation. And from feedback from the Community Engagement Council, drawing some West African influence of more organic and earth tones, using this curved brick wall that can be used from salvage brick from the Y, and some landscaping to create a buffer between the contemplative commemoration behind that iron gate that you see. And then moving into the YWCA, you can see here, beyond that glass is the community room for student and events. And having that glass etched, you can see from the interior as well as the exterior. So trying to educate the students as well as the general public about the important legacy of this WCA. And then that brings us to massing and scale. You can see that we're proposing a 4-story along Cumming Street and 7-story beyond, story less than the zoning. One, because it's about the same height as you can see on the model of the Bell South AT&T building. This is directly adjacent to us. It's, also we started looking at this and trying to create spaces that are programmatic responses to the public gathering zone for students. The areas in yellow are public spaces for student lounge, student study, and kitchen. So those areas are more transparent and more modern, bringing in canopies, designated visitor and student entry, and then elevating the building off the ground with columns to create more exterior area, and a public passageway that can bring you from Cumming Street to St. Philip. And then you can see the massing and proposed solution there. A lot of studies on proportion, massing, and scale of other similar buildings in Charleston informed this approach. With the base, middle, and top, looking at mid-rise buildings, including the Francis Marion and the People's Building, as well as the Mills House. And our proposal of having a strong string course and articulated windows on the top floor and a deep cornice that's responsive to a lot of the King Street history of having detailed cornices. I won't go into a lot of the precedents, but we drew from precedents within both the College of Charleston, Porter's Lodge, Toll Library, Randolph Hall, as well as the city of Charleston in general, and then bringing more traditional precedents, looking at the YWCA, the mid-modern style of that, drawing from the implied entablature that informs the new podium expression, and then creating an architectural tension that brings in both traditional and modern expressions, nod to the history of the site as well as the tension that exists. Looking at canopies and bringing in the patinaed copper color of the Charleston Place canopy and other components from other canopies around town. And there you see the upper left, the Mills House deep cornice expression to create a top to the very simple punched openings and repetitive single material building. And we mentioned the alleyways bring as a circulation as well as a gathering space as a Charleston typology. So some of the mid-century modern inspiration, more modernist approaches, and then all the building elevations. I think it's easier to tell looking at the actual model. So I'll flip through these very quickly and happy to come back. But we do have all the elevations included in the packet for you. And the building sections, one of the points you can see here, the Cumming Street building section shows the cafe at grade level and then stepping up to be above flood. So we're trying to activate the streetscape by bringing that down to the sidewalk. And then just a programmatic driver. This shows the College of Charleston has about 16% of their current inventory as freshman style dorms. And for comparison, both Clemson and USC are above 66%. So that's what drove the program type of this being a freshman housing project. And the first floor plan, the dark orange showing the cafe area and the lighter yellow next to it as the gathering space, flexible assembly room, building lounge with a lot of the functions for security required there. And then in the upper floors, your typical 2 through 4 and 5 through 7, and then rooftop withholding all of the equipment as far back from the street as we can. This rendering shows the view from Duncan Street looking east towards Cumming Street. You can see the entry canopy on the right with your cemetery commemoration on the left side and the YWCA on the right side. You see the transparent glazing in the center. Next shows a view looking south on Cumming Street, showing those 2 volumes splitting and an intentional recess to separate the 4 and 7 story volumes. Here showing the canopy being suspended because it's elevated for flood, bringing it down to create a more human experience at the street scale. And then showing some of the details of the window surrounds and the cornice materials and that recess between the volumes. And then another view showing the commemoration for the Y and the entry canopy going back towards Cumming Street. And then another detailed view showing the 7-story portion with the more articulated arched openings on the top. And again, the curtain wall in the center, unifying those. And then stepping back, that shows the view as you look north on Cumming Street of the 4-story and the 7-story volumes. And that is the last slide of the presentation.
Any questions?
Can you talk about the sawtooth glass details? What was the genesis of that? And
Yeah.
what's that about?
Yeah, that was, again, trying to create a sort of architectural tension of a more modern inspired, looking at mid-century modern architecture and the angular glass of a lot of those buildings of that time period. And trying to create something that not only on the exterior gives some relief, but from the interior and the student lounges that students are gathering there, that's something a little more dynamic.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
On your south elevation, it appears that the columns under the 7-story mass are smaller than the columns under the 4-story mass. I was just curious if that was a me reading it, or was that an intentional change, or is that something that's different?
Yeah, they do step down to follow the ramp that goes from grade level up to the finished floor level. So
Can you show us a slide?
I think on the building section,
And do the diameter of them change, or is the intention that they're similar size as they move through the project?
the diameter does not change. They're concrete columns wrapped in architectural cast stone that's fluted to look like the Randolph Hall columns. But the structural size is driving that. We wanted to keep them. We didn't want them to get too big, so we stepped them down without making them bigger.
I just.
Any other questions?
I guess I had one other question, that the surrounds at the rectangular openings at the internal courtyard seem to disappear. Was that intentional as well too? I think that's on sheet 72 and 73.
So that to the surrounds on the columns.
No, the surrounds on the windows.
Oh, yeah, these are internal to the courtyard that aren't visible from the public way. So this is a way of simplifying those openings to try to allow more funding to be dedicated to the commemoration.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, before we move to public comment, Corporate Counsel Julia Copeland wanted to make a statement.
Please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board, and welcome, Mr. Grimble, our new chair. Just for the benefit of the board, we gave a presentation recently regarding the statutory responsibility related to the cemetery, the Potter's Field, and the removal and relocation or reinterment of the grave sites, should they find any. That responsibility sits with council through a 2-vote process, one to remove the grave sites, and the second to reinter the grave sites in an appropriate location. So for the benefit of the public as well, so the purview of the BAR is aesthetic and architectural compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, height, scale, mass. The situation with the cemetery and that process sits with council. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I did some research on it. I determined that the issue of graves and movement of graves is controlled at the state level by South Carolina Department of Archives and History, the South Carolina Historic Preservation Office, and at the city level by City Council and perhaps the Planning Department, Historic Preservation Department, and Legal Department.
Yes,
Does
sir.
that sound about right?
We are saying essentially the same thing. Yes, just in a different way.
And my research made it clear to me that this board has no jurisdiction beyond the architecture, the height, scale, that architectural direction. And I know that there are people, I've been reading the newspaper too, and I know that people here who, especially based on the public comments that came in, the written comments that came in, are very interested in the gravesite. But that really is, as I understand it, not our purview. And one of the things as a lawyer that I'm really sensitive about, we make a record. And that record, this is all being recorded, it'll be transcribed, and that record could be the record on an appeal. And I don't want this record to be a bad record that causes all this to be a waste of time because it can be. If there's an appeal and it's all sent back because we entertained a discussion that we have no business entertaining. With that in mind, now time for public comment, but please remember what she just said and I just said. You can talk about the architecture of this project, the height, scale, the math, the architectural direction, but the gravesite issues for somebody else, and not us. We don't have any authority over it. You can't consider it. With that, we'll have a public discussion. Is there anybody who'd like to speak?
Anna Catherine Alexander, the Preservation Society of Charleston, 147 King Street. The Preservation Society appreciates the applicant's time to discuss this proposal, and in formulating our comments, we too turned to the ordinance for guidance, particularly section 54-236. And per this section, the BAR's decision-making shall be guided by the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Historic Preservation and the 2017 BAR principles, the latter of which charges the board to promote architectural principles that document its history, culture, and heritage, and encourage new construction that is compatible with that culture and heritage. Therefore, given the fundamental fact that this parcel sits on top of an 18th century city-owned cemetery, the architecture of memorialization must be the foundational principle of any design proposal for a site of this significance. The site plan before you does not adequately reflect the extraordinary significance or sensitivity of this place. The area in the plan dedicated to memorialization represents a small fraction of the overall site, much of it repurposing spaces primarily used for circulation or gathering. The prominent location of the grab-and-go store further undermines the solemn and contemplative character that meaningful remembrance requires. Notably, while the application offers numerous precedents for buildings, it lacks sufficient reference to successful commemorative projects. Moreover, the required archaeological investigations have not been completed, and those findings will provide critical information about the extent and character of the burial ground that should inform the board's review of the design and the community's vision for the site. Without that information, the board cannot fully evaluate the proposal. At this stage, significant questions remain unanswered. Under these circumstances, granting conceptual approval would be premature. So for these reasons, we will reserve additional commentary on the building itself and ask the board to defer this request until a more informed proposal can be presented. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lisa Jones. I'm with Historic Charleston Foundation. I have comments here that I prepared that speak to the background and history of the site. I'm not going to read through this. A lot of those were submitted in public comment, and I'm happy to leave those here. I think we all know this is a very important site historically, and a lot of research has gone into that. What I want to ask for is a deferral of the application until more specifics of the site, including the historic context and archaeological conditions, are more fully understood. Depending on what's discovered, the building could be designed in a way that avoids certain artifacts and or concentration of human remains. It could also be designed to minimize adverse impacts from construction. According to section 54-240C, in reviewing an application for new construction, the BAR shall consider, among other things, the general design and the character and appropriateness of the design. We believe that a clearer understanding of the site's archaeological and cultural resources would enable the BAR to fully evaluate the appropriateness of this design. Until that information has been further studied, the BAR cannot fully execute its legal responsibilities as outlined in the ordinance. The ordinance states that the BAR is empowered to require an applicant to adjust, this is from the ordinance, the footprint of a structure on a site to achieve appropriate form and proportion of a structure in relation to its immediate surroundings. And the immediate surroundings in this case are a former cemetery. In this case, we know the immediate surroundings have subsurface human remains, but we do not know exactly where they are yet. Because this project is uniquely complex and historically significant, we respectfully request that the BAR defer consideration of conceptual approval until the archaeological study is complete and results of that work are reflected in the design of the structure. Thank you so much.
Next. On the time, please. Oh, okay.
I just have a question, sir. I know that you were limited with time, but you breezed through.
Your name and address,
I'm
please.
sorry, Thomas Orth, ORTH, 515 Robert Daniel Drive, apartment 2309 here in Charleston,
Thank you.
Charleston citizen. I just kind of breezed through the little section where you're going to honor the history of the YWCA. Can you tell us more about that?
We can't have questions of the applicant here in this section. I'm sorry.
Oh, when can we do that?
You can't.
Oh, we can't.
You make a statement.
You just make a
Your
statement.
statement can include a question, but they will not respond directly in the
Okay.
moment to them.
So I can do that.
You can do that, and the applicant is gonna have 5 minutes later to respond if he wishes. But we
Terrific.
can't have a dialogue between you and the applicant here. I'm sorry. Just the way the
Didn't know
rules
that.
are.
So-
Okay, and please speak into that microphone because
Gotcha.
we're making a record.
Okay, so my statement is very little information with everything that was discussed about the plans, about the reception area that might include the YWCA, everything about it. That building right now is up for its criterion A for social history in the country. So as far as we know, that building is going to be demolished. And that wasn't brought up at all. And in fact, the building hasn't even been discussed. So I think a lot of us here know about the social history, the civil rights era, that building was so important to the Black folks and all of us here in this city. And that has been ignored. So that's all I want to say. And thanks for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Bonnie Sanborn. I'm a resident of Charleston and I reside at 46 Bogard Street in Elliottboro.
Thank you.
As a citizen of Charleston, a former archaeologist and a behavioral researcher with nearly 15 years working in and with the architecture industry, I'm respectfully asking the board to defer conceptual approval at this time. My comments relate to design, but design solidifies our culture and reflects our history. A concept is the lens that every later decision about a project passes through. On a site this sensitive, that lens should be a shared agreement that creates real buy-in. Regardless of when memorial design begins, it should be explored and reflected in the original concept enough to ensure integrity with the design of the overall project. Commemorative spaces currently appear pushed to the building's edges and dwarfed by its mass. Celebration space overlaps grab-and-go dining, and those uses conflict. Spaces designated for memorials do not make clear how they will invite celebration or contemplation without a sense of trespass or observation by residents and passerby on the adjacent sidewalk. For a site that may and should evoke emotion and contemplation if successful, little actual space is provided. City guidelines do not exist to impede necessary projects. They exist because projects like this are necessary, which makes them feel urgent. Please use this process to create pause for thoughtful consideration of our shared history and desired future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Good evening. My name is Peter Brainerd of Warren Street, downtown Charleston, for about 8 years. I'm here. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect. I represent no public group. I represent nobody but myself. But I live in this neighborhood and I like the look of this. You've done a great job with the massing and the design of the place. And although once they start building this is going to be 2 years of jackhammers and even less parking than there is now. But I think this will be really helpful for the city and for the college. And I wholeheartedly support the building of this project. And I hope the bar passes it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Dr. Millicent Brown, 1965 Camp Road. I represent a community coalition called Protect and Respect the Bodies, a group of community people who from various and sundry paths of life, income, whatever, and who have come together for some time now to work with the college, trying to understand truly what the significance of this historic site. And so tonight, I too am coming to ask that you defer any kind of planning decision, as has been stated so far, that in no way can take into a reflection what is on this site. We have acknowledged verbally, certainly the designer did earlier, that this is important history. But I do want to challenge the College of Charleston and the architectural firm when it says in a rather disingenuous way that there has been significant community input, because that is not present in this design, and it is part of the criteria for any kind of design acceptance. And so I think you members of the BAR need to understand that there's a critical stage that has not been satisfied, because the conversation about this building on this site has not been held in this Charleston community. I will end by saying that I believe the proposed development is fundamentally inappropriate within the context of a historical burial ground. And I would ask you all, in your consideration, what design do you think would be appropriate for your family members and ancestors if they had to be so-called memorialized next to a grab and go and other kinds of activities that are totally inconsistent with memorializing with respect and dignity the remains and the artifacts that go back hundreds of years? We really question what design could possibly be appropriate with so little information known about the site at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're very articulate. Next.
You didn't say that to anybody else.
It weren't as articulate as you.
I'm Sandra Fowler.
I don't see many.
It's hard act to follow.
Go ahead.
Sandra Fowler, I live at 9 Simonton Mews in Radcliffe Borough. I speak for myself that I'm pleased with the direction and design of the building. And I look forward to having additional housing for students in the neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more comments?
So my name is Ruth Miller. I live at 169 Manchester Road. Are you aware that there are 12 18th century graveyards in the city of Charleston? Every one of them has been preserved. The members buried there who are 100% white in a city with a Black majority from 1710 until 1970. So I say this is much too big, much out of scale. And since the churches only cover about 40% of their land and the rest is left open, I believe this should be smaller, and I believe that at least 25% should be a garden of remembrance. Thank you.
Ma'am. Any other comment from the public? Thank you very much. Is there staff recommendation?
The board approved the demolition of 106 Cumming on 11 June 2025 with the condition, quote, staff require the sociocultural significance demonstrated in the BVL Historic Preservation Research Report to be commemorated in a physical manifestation with a highly visible presence in the new construction project. The site is a burial ground location as noted in city GIS. The city and applicant are following the processes outlined in city ordinance as well as South Carolina code. If those processes impact the design proposal, then the applicant will return to the board for a revised design review. The submittal is compliant with the flood zoning and does not require any variance for special exceptions. Staff support the site strategies which allow for layers of public to private spaces. It also supports a variety of spaces for commemorating the ancestral burial ground, interpretation of the YWCA and civil rights era, and a memory timeline. This application sets out those elements as part of the site plan. The design of the commemorative elements will be reviewed in a separate application. Staff support what is currently shown as fulfilling the conditions of the 11 June 2025 motion at the level of conceptual site plan review. The height of the proposal follows the PUD. The taller mass steps back even further than allowed by the PUD. Staff support the height, scale, and mass of the proposal. Per 2017 VAR principles, should say principles for new construction, the proposal has a main floor higher than the other floors. The main floor also provides a high quality tactile and visual experience to the passerby and is articulated at a human scale. The proposal also breaks down the massing on Cumming Street to appear to have narrow frontages and variety of structures to line the sidewalk. It also has a vertical orientation that reinforces Charleston's visual character. The proposal also works together with the surroundings to define and enhance a public realm. The architectural direction takes cues from both the traditions of Charleston as well as detailing from the mid-century modern in deference to the YWCA and define a clear top, middle, and base. Staff support the general architectural direction of the brick masses with vertical rectangular windows punctuated by moments of glass curtain wall and metal panels. Metal panels on the south and north elevations complement the brick and cast stone and integrate into the design better than the glass curtain wall. Staff would like to see the arched windows with fan lights on the top floor of the taller mass restudied in terms of size and form to something simpler. Staff would also like a restudy of the design and quantity of decorative back brackets on the 4-story cornice. In combination, they give an almost Italianate appearance to the tops of the structure that appears out of place with the simpler brick on cast stone PLT and streamlined detailing. Vertical reveals articulate the brick walls to assist in breaking down the mass. At preliminary, the dimensioning of the reveals and their brick detailing must be provided. In most renders and all elevations, the glass curtain wall is unadorned. However, on sheet 39, a metal screen with hexagonal perforations appears on the curtain wall. Applicant needs to clarify intent, but staff prefer a simple approach to detailing the curtain wall that will integrate with the rest of the design. Staff conditions: 1, restudy the arched windows on the top floor of the taller mass. 2, restudy the detailing of the cornice on the 4-story mass to be simplified. 3, at preliminary, provide clarification on the detailing of the glass curtain wall. 4, at preliminary, provide physical samples of materials. And 5, most importantly, a separate application showing the detail and design of all commemorative areas must be presented and approved by the board before the issuance of the permit for phase 1 of this new construction. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with board and staff comments and conditions.
Is there any response now?
We appreciate the comments and have no concerns with the staff conditions. We certainly understand that the commemorative areas need to be studied and designed further. Thanks for that with the staff. tried to focus on the things that were relevant to today's purview, but yes, we're comfortable with those conditions and appreciate the comments.
Thank you, sir. Is there any discussion? Board?
We can start out. I do appreciate the dialogue that is going on here today. It's helpful for me to understand, and I also appreciate the many comments that were submitted on behalf. I did sit down last night. We only get them a night before and read through them all. It was a lot, but I do think that this is a value to have the community come together and be able to discuss this. And that's something that I want to address at the beginning that I personally have taken in as we move forward. And it's a complex application that I feel like we're going to be reviewing up here. And so as I was framing or trying to think about how to speak about it, there are kind of three major components, I think, of this application. I might try to speak to each one of those and then make sure that I don't miss any points. I don't want to take too much time in our little discussion up here, but the first is the site strategy. I think the second is the commemoration space, and then I can speak specifically to the building itself and the specific architectural features of those. And on the site strategy, I'm quite in support of that. I think pushing the building towards the north and creating an alleyway that connects through the building. There's an existing passageway as you would walk down the parking lot that connects through to St. Philip's Street, is in keeping with the traditional kind of alley and passage network that is here in Charleston. And that's an alley and passage network that I utilize a lot when I'm going from job site to job site and all around the city. And I think there was a comment from Ms. Sanborn that said, pause for thoughtful consideration. And that's actually one of the spaces in this city where I actually pause in the heat of a long day or a lot of decisions going on. And those alleyways are actually a commemorative space. There's one next to Unity Alley. I can recognize the difference as you walk through the graveyard there and then cross into the Gibbs, and the sound that's different under your feet when you're walking in those spaces versus the pavement of Charleston actually does bring a commemorative element, or not commemorative, but it clues me into a different space. So seeing the commemoration space tied into that element is strong. I think also I was here when the YWCA demolition application went through and was a member of that, but part of it was that it was located on an island in the center of the block with parking engaging with the street. And what this application does, in my opinion, to the commemoration space is move it from a mid-block to the street where it can be engaged and then bring it down the alleyway and connect through. So it's actually a whole series of spaces. And I find that to be very strong in terms of the architectural sequence for those elements as they come around, and it's all accessible from the public right of way. It's not in a courtyard, it's not gated, it's not an alleyway. So in terms of meeting that, I know there will be further development, and I agree with staff's comment about having to isolate that, and that needs to be developed before a permit can be issued, that is a critical space. But at least at a conceptual level and the way that it ties in to these different elements, I find it pretty supporting. And so I will kind of move over, I guess, to the building, which is the other element. And I know I've talked for a while. If we want to split up or let someone else talk, I do find this is a HUD compliant structure with no variances. So I do think in terms of height, scale, and mass, we have to work within our purview of what we're dealing with. And I do think the step down in 4 stories towards Cumming Street is a positive move, recessing that back, creating openness where you can actually see through those buildings as you walk up the street, which is what I was eyeing as we were in that model, and a lot of the perspectives show is good and a right way to move, and it mitigates some of the scale conflict with Radcliffe Borough and some of the houses along that area. There is the clear base, middle, and top. I do think as I look at the architecture of this building, there is some simplification that can be used. There's a lot of different features, and I understand the precedent that the applicant is bringing on, but a lot of them feel like they're being quoted, but not necessarily distilled and brought into a singular vision. I think that's expressly visible on the south elevation. I don't know if you want to bring that up. You can see all the different elements that are there, but it is you know, the columns that are underneath, the base band, the curved at the brick body, but then it goes square to the next body, the windows, and then it just goes up. So I do think there is a distillation of those different elements as we speak about that building and its architectural language, but it is quite restrained and does pull on precedent. So I know I've talked for a long time. I think I should maybe listen a little bit too to the dialogue from my other members.
We don't have any time limits. We can. I'll just talk about the architecture first. I find the design really elegant and obviously it is a taller structure, but it is within the boundaries of the PUD. In fact, it's lower than what it could be. The way the mass is broken up is just really clear and elegant. The proportions are very nice. So I think it's a really good conceptual proposal. I actually like the detail at the cornice. So in terms of staff condition, some of the staff conditions or comments regarding the cornice, the top of this building is going to be very visible in our skyline. So in my opinion, having more detail is probably better than less. And I would also put consideration into the mechanical screen that you can kind of start to see because it could be very visible from certain angles. So I would just ask the applicant to really study the top of the building to make it as good as it can be. And I think the detailing could be more contemporary, but I think having additional shadows up at the top and overhangs is really a good thing. Regarding the memorial garden that obviously will be evaluated at a separate time. My initial thoughts to echo some of the public comment is that it really needs to, I think it should be differentiated from the circulation spaces. I do think that it should have some openness and welcome the public in, but having some sort of boundary and enclosure would be a positive thing so that skateboards and bikes and other things don't end up in that space. Again, obviously, we're going to see that design at a later date, but that was just one observation that having some boundary to that space would be positive. But overall, for a conceptual BAR application, I think it's really strong. The city and the college and the community have future opinions or conclusions about how much in terms of size of the memorial garden or other spaces should change. And the applicant can certainly change that at a later date. But in terms of the architecture that we're here to evaluate, I think it is a sound conceptual application.
Okay. No.
My children told me that this is what drove them wild, that I wouldn't talk. I would sit there and think and.
Sorry, you think.
I'm not gonna repeat anything that y'all said.
While I was thinking, can I ask, I'm not an architect, obviously, but there was a question about the cornices, especially on the fourth story part of it, giving it only the palisade look, rounded roof line, corners, lots of brackets on the four-story section, fewer brackets on the higher section, which I don't understand exactly, but old. And we saw pictures of different buildings in Charleston with just as many brackets. Any comment from you more knowledgeable people about the Italianate look? It is a different look for that roof line, for the cornices.
When I read that comment, the amount of brackets to me read as more of an ornamental look that would be added. But as I zoomed in and I looked at the detail that the applicant provided, the brackets that are being put in are an incredibly simplified. There's not roping, banding, there's not beading, there's not additional details that you would see. And I can try to find the pages that are on there to address them. But some of the precedent photos, especially the ones on King Street, you can see those additional details in the brackets. But when you, and I can't, maybe go to page 65 of in the bottom corner. Any of the perspectives, that's a watercolor version. I think the quantity at a small scale, but these are very simplified bracket details. They're very thin. And so I think whenever you see them in space, I don't think that they're going to give a look that there's trying to be a faux historic replication that's going to go on. I think that you'll understand that they're a contemporary feature that's added to a building, but that gives a scale of the cornice that would be appropriate for a building of this size. That was my reading of it.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Speaking.
I thought you were still thinking. Mr. Mallett, floor is yours.
I was under the impression, right or wrong, when this application came back for conceptual, that it would add more advanced archaeological information. That's just what I thought. And I don't understand why we don't have it. And how that information that may or may not be found drives the planning for the project is critical. I agree with the architectural comments. So I'm a supporter of the project. I think that it's important to understand other things we may not know about yet, how they may affect the enumeration mandate, or the, which I think is our responsibility. So I'm for deferring this application for that development, for us to have knowledge, for you to have knowledge to advance the project.
Of the commemorative issues involved, the gravesite.
I've said,
Is there a second to his?
well, I hadn't made a motion.
No, I thought you.
No.
Are we legally allowed to make a deferral based on the archaeological survey? I mean, from what I understand from here, that is not in our purview.
That would be my understanding as well, unless council wants to say something.
The legal advice you're gonna get is an executive session.
Yeah, see, and the thing is, when I read that 54, 2406, and I could interpret it to me that it gives guidance towards the memorial portion. Maybe that's wrong.
I mean, if you want to go into executive session.
I would maybe request of the chair that we go into executive session to understand what our purview is here.
There's a motion that we adjourn into executive session. Mass for voice votes, Matters,
Yes. Yes.
Joel,
Yeah.
Brent,
Yay in favor.
Steve, runs
Yay in favor?
in favor. We're gonna be in executive session for a few minutes, go to that one issue. And we'll come back. Be at ease, please. We're back in session. Yeah,
Are we recording?
Yes, we are live.
I'll make a motion to withdraw from executive session and enter deliberation.
Second,
Madam? Joel,
Yay in favor.
yay in favor?
favor. We are now out of executive session. Is there any discussion on motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
And
I'll make a motion for deferral pending receipt of further information on this site that might influence height, scale, and mass of the building and the commemorative elements.
Mr. Metters, do you mind repeating that one more time, just so we can get that down?
Pending receipt of further information on this site that might influence height, scale, and mass of the building and the commemorative elements.
just a second.
I'll second.
Steve Ramos seconds. Is there any discussion? Well, I'm gonna say something. I think it's a good plan. But it struck me when this is my first meeting. I don't know why these things got thrown at me in my first meeting, but it struck me that the data said that the archaeological aspect of it was not completely finished, and that there might have to be adjustments later to the build height, scale, and mass of the building, and that jarred my sense. It just didn't, why hadn't that been done? Why are we, but I think there's a sense that in general is well received, but that element is still open, the commemorative archaeological element, and we need to get that closed. But the board wants it done. Let's move on with it. I think everybody knows that the college needs dormitory space. And we're not going to be very happy to defer this thing again and again. In the law business, I learned early on that time kills, time wounds, and that's not what we're about here. We want this thing done. So that's my comment on it. Is there any other discussion about it? There's been a motion made to defer this project, this application pending receipt of further information on that site that may affect the height, scale, and mass of the building and the commemorative elements. And it's been seconded, made and seconded. Mr. Matters,
Yay in favor.
Trent,
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor?
yea in favor. So that motion is passed. Thank you very much for appearing.
Suspense.
Yes. And it may not be till Friday.
That's usually James is Paul. Hey, David. How's it going? Good to see you. You too.
That's how you can.
Clear the room, please. If anybody's leaving, let's clear it so we can move on.
Fortunately, Mr. Brown's stuff. Can clear the room quickly, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah. He's Brown. Hey,
On off the back, maybe the other app. Yeah, they're bringing in.
That was close. We were having.
Yeah, no, we were aware. Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah.
Well,
I would have called that top to the entrance.
Yep.
This is fun.
There he goes. Next item on the agenda is item number 3989 Martin Drive.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. 989 Morrison Drive is new construction in the UP Height District of 4 through 12 in the Historic Corridor District, and they are requesting conceptual approval of a new multifamily building. And Lawrence is going to show us the location. And then we are ready for our applicant presentation. I don't know if it's Mr. Brown or Mr. Brown.
David Burt, LS 3P 205.5 King Street. Brad Brown and I are going to present this together. I'm going to go through high scale and mass. Brad's going to go through architectural direction. Work. All right. So the site is located on Morrison Drive, right where the Ravenel Bridge comes into the city. This is the pre-developed site. You can see it on the model in front of you as well. So it's almost entirely covered in concrete. So there's not much impervious, but there's not much pervious there. For a little bit of background, we actually submitted this to the BAR in December and got pulled because there was some questions about zoning Limois. So I'm going to give you a little bit of that. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but you can see on the map the zone, the A12 on that side, A11 on this side, it's split. The red is the Limois line, which is the limits of moderate wave action. The waves are actually coming from the Cooper River, not from the marsh side. So the A side is actually this side of the property. The other side would be affected by the Limois, which would be the equivalent to a velocity zone. So on the A side, we can actually build down in the flood plain and put flood panels up and kind of create a more welcoming entrance at closer to grade, closer to ground level. On the other side of that has to be breakaway construction. So that was some of the architectural elements we had to deal with. And this graphic kind of shows you our response to that. Basically, the left-hand side of that blue line is where we can build a building that has flood panels to protect it. The right side of that line, we can only park it or have breakaway construction at the ground. Topics that were also brought up and things to consider. We'll show in more detail a little bit later, but That's New Market Creek, which is next to our site, just reorienting you. This is the property that the Project 3500 with the city is looking to develop more workforce housing. In our project, where we will have some workforce housing as well, meeting the UP zoning requirements. We're putting 10% workforce housing in this project. There was some concerns about stormwater. As I mentioned, this entire site is basically concrete right now, and the water just flows off to the adjacent properties, and in this case, partly into New Market Creek. Obviously, when we develop, we're going to control that water and hold it on our property for a significant amount of time before it's released back into the storm drainage system. So we'll drastically improve how water is now coming through our site. This was an image that was taken from the Low Lines Master Plan. It's also published with the city as well. And it shows, you can see where our site is. They've graphically depicted the low line extension kind of coming through New Market Creek. It's not fully baked yet. There's obviously different designs that are being discussed there. There are thoughts that it might actually come along the edge of our property. We're going to work with the low line folks to make sure that we have the appropriate space there for however the bike trails and things work. Now getting into height, scale, and mass. These three diagrams kind of explain our approach to the site. Obviously, the first box on the left represents the massing of residential above and parking below. The second diagram is pulling those two elements apart so that the street elevation Morrison gets what BD has already mentioned in the previous presentation, the vertical slender elevation to the street as opposed to that blocky elevation. You get two masses, two buildings. And then third, thinking about how those units on the inside would get views rather than them looking at each other, they're looking out towards the river. So we did this carving away of the box to kind of give those folks those views. And you can also see that in the model. This is the pre-developed site. Just here. This is the site with the mass of the proposed building. It's the two tower expressions are pretty clear. I think you can see the 1 bar and the 2 bar, and the expression of that is visible from the bridge as well as from Morrison. And the context model should help with that as well. This is the view coming from the city. This is the view facing upper or facing north. And since this mass had kind of a long facade, we broke that up with hyphens to kind of create 3 masses, which breaks the scale of that larger section. And again, BD on that side of the model, if you guys want to get up and walk around, you can see that on the other side of the model as well. Group equipment has not been fully defined. Obviously, this is conceptual, but in some of the commentary we've heard to date, there was questions about the mass of the white up there. It really is screening. And as we get further into preliminary and design development, we'll better vet that and make sure that it's scaled appropriately and only as needed. We are trying to kind of break the building up at the top with the whole base, middle, top concepts that were previously presented in the last presentation. That was good. Brian's going to tell us a little bit about the architectural direction and how we arrived at our design.
Right. How are we on time right now?
3 minutes, but I bet you could ask Mr. Chairman
Go ahead.
more.
I would certainly like to have a few more minutes.
Go ahead.
We rush too fast, we don't have to. Brad Brown, LS3P. So before getting started with the architectural direction, I just wanted to share that we first started exploring ideas related to history, building forms, the mass, as David has already explained, a sense of place and resilience, and the pedestrian experience and how that informs architectural character. And these studies really helped us shape our direction in response to the unique conditions that we're dealing with on our site. And hoping that it does a good job of contributing into this evolving urban fabric of Morrison Drive as it changes, as more and more buildings and developments start happening. So our site over the years, it's had a lot of different uses, but one thing we landed on and found historically is that this was the Palmer Manufacturing Barrel Factory at the turn of the 19th century, coming into the 20th century. We thought that was a really cool fact about the site. And so drawing from that history of cooperage, in the idea of the cutting of a wine barrel kind of came into play, and how that conceptual lens for exploring the relationship between the outer form and what happens on the inside of that barrel and what happens on the inner condition of a building might start creating a nice language to look at. We also studied how those barrels are stored and the ordered repetition of those barrels and ideas of rhythm and organization. And this started helping us to establish a good framework for the architectural design. So then that our research moved into building form and element studies. This is not precedence. We're not trying to copy or use these exactly as references, but it's more about exploring what opportunities we might have. So we looked at, number one, we looked at the taller buildings of Charleston and tried to understand their proportions, understanding the tripartite design and that approach of breaking down the massing, the facade in those proportions. We looked at, the building bases and the arches and how the arcades and these kind of elements here might carry the base and support that proportions of the building. We started studying the various screening elements and trying to understand their texture and form and how those influence not only just the visual screening that happens, but how they might be able to express an architectural identity. And then our building is 4 fronts. We don't have any buildings blocking views, so we're designing all 4 fronts. But one thing that provides an opportunity for is views from all parts of the building. So as we made the move to separate this into 2 towers, 2 linear bars, and that space in between became a place for exploration of how can we start to move and push and pull and rotate that area of the building to bring it out so that it can get access to the views. And you're not staring across the courtyard straight at your neighbor all the time. And so that's something that we felt pretty strongly about. We wanted to do for that. Every unit in this building is going to get a view. So starting at the ground plane, looking at the site here, you can see out in Morrison, we have on either side our entry lanes. They also act as our fire lanes. So this is treated as our entry. We're going to have an exit here. And along this is where we've fronted our, there's a gym that's going to have memberships, and it'll be our public space here, and along with more public spaces of the main entry with the lobby that's centered up at the entry off the garage, and we'll have the leasing office. So all those active spaces where most of the activity is going to occur out at Morrison, out at the street, is there in that front part. We've also we're on the marsh, and we want to provide access to that. So the pedestrian access is going to be provided to the public. It's not going to be locked off for just the tenants here, but it's going to be access, and people will be able to walk around and be a part of that marsh edge and explore the marsh. And it also offers an opportunity, as David mentioned, future low-line connections that might occur here, and we're going to be a part of that connection, and if and when and how that occurs, we're planning on that. So understand that. And it's also, we'll have public access all the way around here. So starting with the street wall, I want to walk through how we've approached the various regulatory constraints and how they've become actual design opportunities for us. We've created an elevated and more resilient building. So what we did is we lifted the first floor. This is on the left side of the building. This is Morrison Drive here. So this section we're looking at here, we're 6 feet above sidewalk. And so we've elevated this here to get us, we're in that flood zone. And then as you get further right on the far side of the building where we're in the Limois, we've elevated that an additional 3 feet. So we're about 9 feet above sidewalk level. We've incorporated the element of planters. We've got breakaway construction, and we've got a lot of glass here. So all of these public spaces I've talked about before are all fronting out there at the street and trying to limit the, we're trying to bring that active space as much to the street and make that connection as much as we can, but understand that we're being forced up in that air, that elevated, those elevated floors to meet our Limois requirements. So, and this just kind of cuts across that front where you can see all across that front public facing activated street front here, how it steps up at our Limois and how this is all going to be open construction. It's resilient. It'll be resilient construction of addressing all our flooding issues. So here, much like Project 3500, we took part in that charrette, and we know that they are drawing from the Charleston tradition of elevating occupied floors and using this articulated base. And you can see all of some of the precedents maybe of that idea of having elevated space above the street level with stairs that can bring you up. And that's pretty consistent Charleston typology and form that you can use to be resilient. And we appreciate that approach. So our design is informed by that same historic Charleston tradition. We've elevated those occupied floors, we have the articulated base that has the stairs in the middle of the building here that bring you up to the main entry. We have a lot of glass where we're transparency here that's having all that activity as close as we can. We've broken these walls up with as much planters and planting as we can. We'll have breakaway construction all across here and trying to bring that street front and meet the intent of zoning to have activated space and activated street fronts, but understanding how we're having to do that and then elevating these floors here. And just to point out, we took the precedent of that elevated floor and the stairs coming up, but we didn't necessarily follow the exact historical replication of that. We kind of took some liberties. We've made it a more modern and contemporary treatment of that, but it still follows the same Charleston language and tradition of that type of approach to elevated floors. So it's just a night shot that shows the same condition. So here we're going to step away from the building and we're looking at the north facade. And David mentioned it earlier where we start breaking it up. And you can start here and you can really start to see the tripartite approach of breaking the building form up into three. We've got a strong base with a rhythmic arcade that establishes that kind of pedestrian scaled expression along that base of the building. With windows and base spacing between the brick pilasters, they create a nice sense of repetition and rhythm across that longer facade. But we've introduced those two vertical moments to interrupt that rhythm and break the facade down into these more vertical expressions and kind of counteract that horizontality of these longer facades.
I'm gonna ask you to start sliding it down.
All right, just tell me how to wrap up. Finish up.
Good.
Okay, thanks. So also looking at this at the top level where we've introduced the kind of crowns and those arches, it continues that rhythm and repetition and starts to create a unique character and identity around the top. And then at the top level of that tripartite, we've pushed and pulled those volumes and created a more articulated erosion of that building at the sky rather than just lopping off the top of it. We started studying also the layering of the brick and the materials in our pilasters, creating some depth on these facades and studying how the upper portion of this building might be a more orthogonal and regular language of that interior courtyard as it is revealed at the cutting of that barrel, referring back to that. And here, I just wanted to clarify, we brought that same language from the Morrison Street side, that same language and around to the rear to reinforce our towers. But we also started looking at what that screening pattern might be. And so we landed on this organic sort of form that brings that idea of the marsh. Maybe it starts to make its way up the building and we bring vegetation. It goes through the courtyard on that fifth level. And as it comes back around to the front of the building, you can see that green and the nature and organic forms kind of come back through. And so it just helps reinforce our two towers, the skinnier towers that are our typical Charleston typology for these buildings. That's how we address the street. And one other thing I want to talk about. So looking at this view again, it's the corners in Charleston are typically want an architectural emphasis, right? And our building isn't located on a traditional intersection of streets, but we do have exposed corners at our entry drives, and that creates a very similar moment of arrival here. And we responded with these larger spanning arches that span those corners and brings that same arcade language, but it creates this distinctive architectural move on each corner of the building there at Morrison. And
Thank you very much.
thanks. Open to questions and discussion.
I have a couple of questions. That's fine. Let's see if, Lawrence, do you mind going to page 6? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly as I'm reading this. Sorry, page 6. So when I'm looking at this drawing, my understanding from the presentation is everything to the left is actually what can have flood panels and be activated. To the right is what is in the limois. Is that correct? Okay. So whenever I look at the aerial on page, let's go to page 14. That's what I'm looking at. I think that's in keeping with that diagram where I see kind of light at the base of this tower and engages the marsh and then kind of pass through the low line. Is that correct? That's the intention? Because I think when I go to page 21 and I look at it, none of that is street front activated space. And so I'm trying to understand and resolve the kind of perspectives to the plan.
Why don't you go to the rendering that you can see from Moore's? Yep, give me a second.
Maybe 22.
Yeah, we'll just go to the next page. Just go to 15. There, that was good. Just go back one. 15. 22. Or 22 is fine. That's right. Let's go another direction. That's good. That one's good. No, you were going to keep going back the way you were. It's right before the appendix. Right there.
Here we go.
That's good. Yeah, so on the first floor here, this is that gym corner. This is the lobby space.
Yeah.
In order to get into the lobby, we actually have to, there's an archway right there that you walk in and get to the elevator that takes you up to get to it. This from here over is where the breakaway construction happens down here. We have to be up at like 9 feet above grade in order to actually do that. That was the impact of the zoning that we had to go discuss. So what we're trying to do is make this entire elevation interactive with the street. This one, we have a little bit more wiggle room of bringing it down because we can put flood panels here. From here over, we cannot. So that's why it's breakaway, but we still try to activate the street. Back here, this is where we can put conditioned space in the flood zone, but there's uses that have to happen there that we cannot put on the other side. Things like transformers, loading and unloading zones for trash. Also, because that can't happen on the limois side, we had to functionally use that space, which is fine because it's not fronting the street. Fronting the street is where we put the activation.
But it is fronting, I guess, the path around the marsh that connects to the low line and other kind of public spaces.
Yeah.
And just to clarify to the entrance along Morrison, is that high up because of the zoning?
That is correct. So this is the main entrance, but obviously a handicapped person can't get there. So we have an entry here that takes them underneath the building to get to the elevator to get to this. There's also an entrance off of the garage, so inside. In fact, the appendix shows the floor plans. If we need to go to that, you can see that. We were trying to show the architecture mainly. But inside, there's kind of a center access that acts as the entry lobby on the inside as well as the entry lobby on the outside. That is at grade inside, obviously. Because we're elevated, we're going up the ramp to get to it.
I have a second question too. If you can kind of expand a little more, just simply explain kind of the organizing idea for how the tower terminates. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
How the towers terminate.
How the tower terminate, how was the cornice, like, how was the step nature of how the towers are coming? What was the organizing ideas behind that and how does that relate?
Well, it ties back into what's happening on the interior courtyards and how we're pushing and pulling and shifting each of those. And what we did is we wanted to, going back to our barrel analogy, is we've revealed what's happening inside the barrel by pulling this apart. We have this more formal, regulated facade that we're facing the city. It's treating that urban front with those proportions and materials. And then that same thing starts to come to the top and gets more ordered. It's the same language as far as material and form and maybe some of the detailing, but it starts to expand and gets more ordered and orthogonal to then react to what's happening on the urban in the city. And then to the top, again, we wanted to, I think an issue, maybe it's the designer and me and the architect walking around town, a lot of these newer buildings just a box jammed all the way as far up as they can get. And so as you view that from the side, it's just a straight line and it reinforces that sense of being cut off. And so one thing that we're trying to provide some terrace space up there, that in the penthouse level, you're getting some terrace space and outdoor space. And so that offered the opportunity to push and pull those volumes in and out. And by following that line with the roof line, it starts to break up that upper edge of the roof and that roof line from below. And so we felt that was a good way to erode the top of the building and I don't want to call it fuzzy it up a little bit so it's not this harsh line that just runs across the full length of the building. Does that kind of get there for you?
Yeah.
Another question for
I also wouldn't mind understanding just a little bit of your design thoughts and how you came about how the towers and the base interact on the different sides. Like what was the methodology or what conversations did you have that kind of led to how the tower and the base together?
Well, some of it was functional of how we're dealing with limois, flood, how we keep one side open, how we get the functionality of a parking garage, how we get the uses and the need of generator and transformers and trash and all those things you want to have on the ground level. And so what we did is where we could at the street, we pushed the parking in away from the street and then brought those towers out and down to the ground level, the sidewalk level. And then on the rear of the building, we just brought the language of these towers down as much as we could to reinforce those towers. And then really we're using the carving in the courtyards through the middle of the building to further enhance that. Does that help?
Could you tell us a little bit more about the planned screening that you have on the marsh side of the building?
Sure. See, is this thing still working? Yeah. So we landed on this, a lot of screening elements are just a grid or just a nondescript kind of screen, but we felt it was an opportunity to kind of start to create a language and evoke an idea. And so the idea was we're here on the edge of the marsh. We're trying to bring people around the building to that marsh edge. How can we
sort of reinforce that idea of the organic kind of feeling. So we landed on this pattern to do that. And we felt like bringing it up and where we've carved away to really add a lot of greenery and plants up there on that level in the courtyard, help bring that feeling of the marsh. We're going to use a lot of native plants. So it's, blends and visually connects back out, hopefully, to the marsh as you're up on that courtyard. So we were using the two, right now we're using the two different screening patterns, the more regular screening patterns, screening the garage, screening some of our more functional spaces there on the right of this image as a counterbalance to this more organic form in the middle, and it helped reinforce the difference between the two towers versus this middle section.
So the screening that's referenced here is what you're proposing, not the rendering on page 15, which is probably an aerial.
Yeah,
It's an aerial, yeah.
Yeah,
And it looks like a parking
clarifying,
garage.
I should have mentioned before that I was trying to speed up here at the end, but this view is, those views before were more about height, scale, and mass. And so there might have been some things that didn't quite match up, but these closer views are more indicative of what we're planning. So the language of this is a version of what's out on Morrison Drive, maybe not as much depth to it because there's no true entry at this point, but it's more about the language of that separation between the two towers and that more organic. Yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah, it's, so the credit score sheet, so you get 12 points and then you get the additional 3 scores.
Well, so they've had enough points to achieve 12.
12 scores.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get 4.
Yeah,
to
they
begin
get
with.
4 and they have to get points to get anything above 4. So they are given 4 and they need all of their points to get to 12.
You had just included that at the end, and I really hadn't seen that tally sheet.
Thought there might be some questions about it.
I thought it was interesting. I was gonna stop talking, but since you kept going, I'm gonna ask you about this.
Okay, I should have kept them up.
Bike storage. So that's on your sheet.
Yeah, it's on that back left portion of the building, kind of.
Page 43. You see right here. No, right there, yeah. So. Just called it out as exceptional bike storage.
And there's some regulations within the zoning that
Yeah.
call out what that would be.
Quantity and.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a big hit.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Does anyone in the public have any comments they'd like to make?
Anna Catherine Alexander with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We would like to thank the applicant for reaching out to review this proposal with us, and we do want to acknowledge the significant time and thought that has gone into this proposal over many months. This is, however, a relatively small and environmentally sensitive site bordering one of the peninsula's last intact tidal waterways. While the proposal may satisfy the Upper Peninsula District's height incentive provisions, compliance does not ensure an appropriate design response to this unique setting. As proposed, the height, scale, and mass overwhelm both the site and its surrounding context. At 12 stories, it rises substantially above nearby development, dominating views of the creek corridor and Morrison Drive. The oversized and unresolved mechanical penthouse further exaggerates the perceived height of the building and should be integrated into the massing also warrants significant revision. The building covers nearly the entire site, and the proposed hyphens are not substantial enough to effectively break down the overall mass. Further, the upper stories appear compressed, creating proportions that weaken the building's overall composition. Lastly, the overly complicated architectural language compounds these concerns. Excessive variation in window patterns, proportions, and facade treatments introduce unnecessary complexity that adds to the building's overwhelming presence. Together, these issues result in a design that's out of scale with its setting and incompatible with the character of the streetscape. So we would ask the board to deny this request and use its discretion to require a downward adjustment in height and a comprehensive reconsideration of the massing and architecture. Thank you.
You.
Hello, Lisa Jones, Historic Charleston Foundation. Again, we really appreciate the applicant's communication with us regarding the conceptual level review for the multifamily building. While we believe the Upper Peninsula incentive-based zoning is problematic and leads to monolithic out-of-scale buildings like this one, we also understand that it's not the purview of this body. That being said, given the proposed height scale mass of this building, we don't think that the upper floor is necessary unless it contributes more meaningfully to the skyline. Either interest needs to be added or alternatively extending the cornice and arch detailing to the top of the building will create a more cohesive and balanced architectural expression. I also just agree with a lot of my colleagues' comments, so I will leave it at that. Thank you.
You, any other comments from the public? May we have the staff recommendation now, please?
Certainly. The site is complicated in that it must conform to both UP district zoning and limb law, which means building spaces below design flood elevation can only be used for storage, vehicle parking, and building access, which impacts the design of this project. The applicants have met zoning and technical requirements for both per city staff involved in that review. Applicant has met requirement for UP zoning for the 12-story height. In grappling with the combination of activating the public realm and still conforming to limb law requirements, the applicant has followed the suggestions proposed by Project 3500 Charette for activating streets in limb law, which include elevated stairs, carriage-type doors, and planters to provide for a better sidewalk experience. Per BAR principles, the elevated ground floor is taller than typical stories above. The context of the site is complicated as currently there is only one building of mass to respond to immediately, NOMO, with the rest of the site being marsh, highway, and an area that is proposed to be part of Project 3500. Further along Morrison Drive in both directions, there have been larger structures that have emerged in the past 10 years, but Morrison Drive itself does have a variety of heights, scales, and masses. Thus, the question before the board for proposals in the UP district: is this building responding to current conditions or setting a future course for Morrison Drive? At the sidewalk, staff prefer the scale of the complete arches that are read in one plane rather than the larger arch that turns the corner, supporting the BAR principles for pedestrian scale. Staff appreciate the introduction of muntins and leaf screening that also breaks down the scale of the arched glazing. As it relates to mass, the applicant breaks down the massing both on Morrison Drive and on the marsh to give the appearance of narrow frontages and more than one structure above the base of the building. In terms of architectural direction, the building has a clearly defined base and middle, which are reinforced by a vertical orientation for the structure. While there is a top that is distinct from the base and middle, it is not a clearly defined top, but instead multiple planes on the 11th and 12th floors that compete with one another as the top, and an under-designed mechanical top that is highly visible from the elevated highway. Staff recommend a singular expression that clearly articulates a top with a more defined relationship between the building and the sky, which also obscures the mechanical equipment. While many of the window details and types are those that are supported by the BAR principles in isolation, the cumulative effect on the external elevations is busy and complicated. Staff recommend a simplification of the architectural expression. Staff appreciate the poetic partie of a barrel breaking open, but the drawings of the interior portion are dark and not as clear in the intent, particularly the elevations. Clearer drawings of the interior need to be produced for a more precise understanding of the proposal. Staff support the use of the leaf motif in some areas, screening the parking garage, but 3 different types of screens are shown on renders, and it is difficult to tell if the elevations show different screens or the same. Staff prefer the decorative leaf screen and would like to see it used everywhere on the ground floor on the northeast and south elevations, both inside the brick arches and as tall screens on the marsh, as all sides of this building are highly visible and therefore a simplified approach of matching all parking screen designs is appropriate. Staff recommendation is for deferral for simplification of architectural direction and a drawing set that matches and has clear elevations.
Does the applicant have any response? please. 5 minutes.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation for your comments. As far as the organic pattern versus the non-organic pattern, as Brad alluded to, as the drawings got more and more developed in the rendering that we provided, we tried to clarify where we thought it made more sense for the organic screening to occur versus diagonal. And I think that partie is pretty strong. If you think about the marsh working its way up to the pool deck and coming around to Morrison as being kind of the natural place, and then let the building come down to the ground. As far as the roof equipment and the top of the building, I mentioned that earlier. I think the roof equipment will be something that we address, you know, as the design progresses. We are comfortable with this idea, but I'm thinking about the barrel as containing wine, and that the inside of it is the dark stain that is pushing itself up on the inside, and that's what you see. And it's that the shell is out here and the wine is pushing itself up in the middle, and is what you see on the inside, which is why it's darker. The models, I think, help. If the drawings were not clear enough, I agree. I think it's hard to convey that in elevation form without seeing it three-dimensionally. I think the three-dimensional models help, I think, tell the story a little bit better. If the arch is a concern, I love the corner arch. I'm sorry, I just think it's really cool. I like how it's going to hold the corner, and as you're driving down Morrison, seeing people in the fitness area, or coming up Morrison, seeing people in the lobby on that end, I think it's a really neat element. If we need to push away from it, we understand, but that's actually part of the what we like about the building. So I'm hoping I'm anxious to hear what you have to say. We'll see where that goes. Thank you.
Very much. We'll have any discussion.
I can start. Well, there's a lot about the building design that I really like. This is a beautiful model, by the way, that I get to look at. I think that the base is really strong. The corner arch is unique, but I'm okay with it as an element. There's kind of two skin designs that are happening. We'll call it the outside of the barrel and the inside of the barrel. I love the outside of the barrel. It's really beautiful. I can see Charleston in it without it being, you know, a copy of a Charleston building. The inside of the barrel, I don't care for it too much. I think that there's room for two different skins on this building, and I think the two skins will help break up the massing of it. But right now, we'll just call it the inside of the barrel. It's really competing with the outside. And I think I want more of that tan skin to wrap the corners more, to really reinforce the two towers. It's just that darker skin, it's very complex. And I agree with city staff that there's like multiple tops to the building. The kind of tan arch top is really beautiful, and I think that would make a fine top to the building. And I'm not saying you have to take a floor off. I would just kind of extend that tan skin up one level so that it really is the top. I think we're talking about mechanical, which may seem trivial at this stage, but as we've seen with just many new buildings, some of which I've been a part of, that rooftop stuff can be really ugly, and we see it from a distance. And you have to be extremely thoughtful about integrating it into the architecture. When I look at the old buildings on King Street, if you ever go up on the roof, you'll see that the parapets on these old King Street buildings are very tall, and they do a really good job of hiding all the stuff behind it. So I would suggest you look at using a taller parapet, not giving it such a flat top, but use your parapet to hide the mechanical. But to me, those are the two main issues. That the top is just very unresolved, and that darker skin, I just don't like the way it looks on the top of the building. So the top needs to be resolved. And then kind of the inside of the courtyard, I would implore you to wrap more of the tan skin around and try to simplify it so it really strengthens that two-tower look. But I do think there's some really beautiful architecture on this building, and it's really elegant on the model. I just think simplification is going to help you in a lot of ways, structurally, but also just with the general beauty of the building. I think simplification is really going to help.
Yeah, I can follow up on that. I mean, this is one of the tallest buildings in this stretch, and how it meets the sky, I think, is a defining question. And I think that's what Mr. Ramos is getting at. And I think that the stack cornice is reading as competing gestures at the top. It's almost bubbling over and coming. I think that the towers need to resolve on their own in a much simpler way. I think the hyphens need restudy too. There's an overly complicated architectural language. The hyphens are actually the tallest part of the building while also being the recessed part of the building. I think there needs to be some resolution between how those, except for the mechanical platform, for how they're being. And I think the base is strong. And I don't have a issue with the corner windows. I think opening this building, corner arches, opening this building, and especially for something that's elevated, to be able to engage the street in a more direct way, given the specific constraints of this site, I'm actually comfortable with that. But I would like to see that, and I know that there's going to be building constraints, if that can be activated around the entire footprint. I think at the beginning it was talked about a building that would be in the round, and right now all the activations is on Morrison Street. So if there are ways, I think the stab at the initial aerials were right. I know we can't dictate that, but it would be nice if there were more ways to engage on those other sides of the building. But I think the biggest problem that I'm running into a little bit is, I went to the appendix, and I know architectural elevations aren't great, but they're a very big tool for an architect to really understand relationships. And the scale and the resolution of the drawings are just blown out, in my opinion, and they're really, really hard. The line weights are oversetting. It's very hard for me to tell the elements. The plans in a lot of instances don't match. And at conceptual, there's a certain amount of that I think we can work with. But having all four elevations on one page at such a small scale, I mean, I zooming into it can barely read what's going on. It just disappears into the drawing. So I think I would be in support of a deferral so that we could get some clearer drawings to really understand what's going on, along with the additional commentary that's going on here.
One thing I'll interject, the fuzziness could be a result of it being uploaded to the city website and there being some DPI lossage. But I understand your comment.
I'll share that the corner arches, I think, are really lovely and nice way to activate the facade coming around the corners. I think we lose it at the main entrance. We lose the activation almost in totality, with it having to be raised. I know that there are constraints to it, but any way to address that or restudy that, and especially with ADA accessibility as well. The design of the building, I really enjoy. I thought of it, other than a barrel, but like a Russian doll, you know, the nesting dolls, that it's almost as if it's a large housing project from Atlanta or Charlotte, but it's wrapped around Charleston. Charleston wraps around it. So it's an interesting way to view it, but I agree with my colleagues on their request to restudy, and typically I wouldn't say that the mechanical at the top is something that we would need to address like conceptual, but because it is such a large part of what we're looking at, even in the model in front of us, and the height generally, especially as it's in relation to the other properties. And funny enough, rather than seeing this model in context with what is south of the crosstown, I think I probably would have preferred to see what was north of it, where the Charleston Tech Center is and Cool Blow. I think it provides more of more context there. And then along the backside as well, I think we really lose the design going up the ramps and then to the back of the building. It's just not as interesting when folks walking along the boardwalk and driving will be able to see that. I think.
Were all great comments.
Anything else? I have a motion.
Well, also a rendering straight at the building. I mean, this is, it's great to be able to see it right here, but all the renderings are working their angles. I want to see what it looks like straight on. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Okay, what do you want to start? I'll make it. Before I make the motion, I'll just say again, I really like a lot of what I'm seeing. The presentation is really beautiful, the models, there's a lot of work that went into them. I'm just in awe with this one in front of me. So I really like this, but I'm gonna recommend a deferral because it is gonna be such a prominent fixture in Charleston. It just requires a lot more scrutiny. And even if so much of the focus is at the top of the building, it's extremely important. So with that, I'm going to make a motion for deferral with board and staff comments.
There's a motion for deferral with both board and staff comments. Is there a second?
Would you entertain, before we take a second here, some more specificity around that motion too? I know that there was a lot of comments that were here, and maybe just that it's a resolved crown, simplification of the architectural language, a restudy of the hyphen. And if there's any other items, I just think it might be nice. We've talked a lot about what it is, but what specifically are we asking through the study?
I could take a second stab at it.
Yeah, okay.
A deferral for restudy with board and staff comments with a focus on a restudy of the crown to the building, a restudy of the hyphen or the inside of the barrel, and a general simplification of the facade.
To include board and staff comments, I think, yeah, but I do think that was helpful. I mean,
Yeah,
just including.
you did
boards.
that.
Okay, you did. Okay, good.
I don't think we ought to use, I quote, the inside of the foul.
Yes.
Use some other words than that, please.
The interior mass.
With the restudy of the darker interior skin of the building.
By that you mean the outside of the building that's on the inside.
Between the two.
Yeah,
Between the two.
the court.
Skin between the two.
Yeah, we could say the court, how about restudy of the courtyard facing facades?
So.
If you could read it back to us.
Next time I'm bringing a pencil so I can erase. I'm running out of room.
Give it a try.
All right.
Listen.
Deferral for restudy with board and staff comments with a focus on the restudy of the crown, the hyphen. I'm not gonna say restudy every time. That's implied at this point. The hyphen of the courtyard facing facades and general simplification of the architectural direction.
It's good with me.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any other discussion? Madam?
Yeah.
Brown?
Yay in favor.
And
Yay in favor.
Rayla?
Yay in favor?
You.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a very short few minutes?
I will have a 5-minute reset.
Sienna, we were there for 45 minutes because like the kids were just like. I was so like. Yeah. So overall, they did good.
Yeah, my your. And I guess just.
Can't use strollers in some of the cities.
Example.
It's hard.
The next item on the,
I don't know if they're live.
are we live?
Well, Brad is out there.
That's it.
Well, we went to close the door and I think let everyone know we were starting, and we asked to come back here. I don't know. What are we doing? Yeah.
Happily chicken salad sandwich today, so I'm like dying. It was just started, then I was just, and then it was like. We're down.
Felt to learn already.
Thing about
Right,
the
the
color
color
gamut
takes care of that.
was having a dining hall.
So.
And so I'll go in there. Eat puppies. And soup and maybe a pizza and tacos, I mean like.
Everything you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, 15.
Brad, are we on the record?
Yes.
Okay, we just weren't sure.
All right, we're on the record. The next item on the agenda is application number 4. Request for revision to the conceptual approval and preliminary approval of 2 mixed-use buildings, 48 and 52 Line Street. This application can be broken down into item number 1, the site plan, number 2, parcel number 4, which is 48 Line Street, and parcel number 5, which is 52 Line Street. And the staff has asked that I requested that we have the application, that we have the applicant present the site plan within questions from the board, present parcel number 4, questions from the board, parcel number 5, questions from the board, and then we'll have the public comment. So with that, we're gonna do it 3 phases. We start with the site plan, please.
So 48 and 52 Line Street is new construction in the old historic district, requesting revision to conceptual and preliminary approval of 2 mixed-use buildings, and Lawrence is going to orient us to the site. Yeah, we'll be ready for applicant presentation, and I think the remote clicker is there, so then you can control your destiny.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Captain Smith, Robert Anstar, Architects Ramsa. Delighted to be back in front of you after an extended period of time.
Yeah.
So,
You're off the clock.
Well,
That's because there is.
why don't we?
Can you advance it?
Yes, you can absolutely advance for you.
Just go through.
My button are working. So I've got to use them out for you. So we'll just see how that works.
Pretty wild. There's the mouse rides.
When this happens in a trial, the jury starts to laugh, and whoever's committed the blunder loses. Here we go.
So there's history of this site and this. This is the first time we're back since 2019. Been occasioned by the delay in construction of the first phase, so-called parcel 1. Due to pandemic and other things, the way we'll be back. Did receive conceptual approval for the 3 parcels. Thank you very much. In February 2019. Just quick thing, this is existing site context, and since we last saw the board, there's been a few additions to this, namely the completion of phase 1, but also the planned Courier Square phase 2 and 3, bits of which show on our site model, and I encourage you later to get up and see it. And importantly, the realization that the low line is going to be something we'll talk to us about that. But I think it just changes things a little bit. We, in our various visits to the BAR and the end of 2018, there were a number of comments and that came from staff and from the board, and we three times consistently reacted to them. I think the important ones are the last one at the time of approval. We have subsequently paid attention to those a few comments that were part of the approval. It was simplifying the architecture on the east-west side of parcel 5, moving the service and loading through wonderful collaboration with the city and with the low-line folks to the north, and recessing the garage entry. And I think I'd sort of alluded to this before. The site is part of what we think is an amazing effort by the city and to create the low-line park, and it is kind of the missing piece. And we've spent a lot of time thinking about how, in the changes that are the few changes that we have made, how we can better relate to the low line. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Scott Parker.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yes, my name's Scott Parker with DesignWorks. And so the slide that you're looking at on the screen right now really shows the larger context of the low line. So great news, Bradford Park and the portion of the low line headed to the north is in final design stages, and construction should start in a few months on that. And that has very much informed how we've thought about the site for these 2 buildings. Also, the low line to the south of us, which is part of Courier Square Phase 3, has received conceptual approval. So in many ways, this site is sort of the missing donut, and being able to complete this is really a wonderful thing for the city and a wonderful thing for the low line. Let's see. Okay, now I'm going too far. So the first slide I want to show you right here. The other thing is that phase 1 of the lifestyle project has been completed. One of the things that really was a hallmark of that project was the open space network that moves through the site both north-south and east-west. Also, at the northern portion of the site, or the drawing that you're looking at, the low line extension is being built as a part of that project. So as we thought about the 2 new buildings that are coming online, we wanted to continue this network of open spaces and passages and alleys that would move through the site and really take advantage of the low line. The low line is on a perfect axial relationship to the north. You can see how it moves through and under the highway and through the set of columns that that exist there today. As it moves to the south and where it hits Line Street, the low line then turns on a different orientation and heads south towards Marion Square. And what we've done in that location is created a new plaza. And this was really a part of the initial conceptual design. Building 4 is set back to really set off the head house of the train shed. And in doing that, we're able to create this open space. The one thing that we're doing now, which we feel is a great improvement over what we had before, is we're actually extending that plaza across to include all of Line Street itself. As we've been working on the low line to the north, we're creating 3 mid-block crossings that have been approved by the city and the Department of Traffic and Transportation. So we have worked with those groups to really create this new plaza space here. And so it's really a mid-block crossing. And what we're doing is we're actually lifting up the street. Cars and vehicles will still move through there, but the entire space will feel now like really a pedestrian space. And I'll show you more details about that. So let's see, going forward. So now I'm going to take you through not only the plaza, but the other spaces around these 2 new buildings. Starting with the plaza itself, here's a rendering that shows really you're looking from the south up the low line. You're looking at building 4, which is the immediate building in the center, and then building 5 to the left. You can see there is no curbing. The travel lanes are defined by a series of bollards. Some of the bollards will be removable. In the center of the space is a new marker or obelisk. Department of Traffic and Transportation calls that a vertical speed bump. So the idea is that it really tends to slow down cars and really mark this location of the low line where it makes a bend to follow the grid of the city of Charleston. On this side of the rendering, you can see the head house where there will be a new restaurant. And then as a portion of building 5, we will also have a restaurant on the ground floor there. So these 2 spaces, as well as the main lobby leading into building 4, really define the edges of this new plaza space. The next view is looking from the east a little bit to the west and really focused on not only building 4, but also building 5. So the plaza itself has a very simple design. The scale and proportion was very important to us. Being able to have the space come all the way across and include Line Street, we feel gives it a really magic proportion and a great scale. And we wanted to be sure that as the buildings are designed, that they're really consistent with the scale of the space itself. The low line going both north and south will need to function as a fire lane. And so having the marker located where it does, it enables the fire trucks to be able to move through there and not be impeded by that, the obelisk that will be in the center. The paving pattern is very simple. You'll see some banding. The banding is all including a series of trench drains as well as markers for ADA movement through the space. So the idea was not just to use banding from an aesthetic point of view, but to also use it to incorporate how the space would be drained. The trench drains enable the space to basically be leveled across the entire area and not have a bunch of dips or other things to manage stormwater. We have a bosque of trees here. These trees will be different than the trees that lead up and down the low line, which will be live oaks. This will be a deciduous tree that really sets off this space within the context of the low line, as well as the city itself. We have 2 small planters that are located here that raise up some gardens that will be located in that location.
I've got to ask you to wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Materials. And I have samples of all of those that are here. The lighting will be consistent with the low line lighting, which are the 2 on the upper left. as well as the lights on the city of, on Line Street. Low Line itself, very consistent with what's happening there, but also becoming more urban with a row of cobbles, actually multiple rows of cobbles along its edges. The alley between the existing train shed and Building 5 will be very consistent with the alley that already exists. Same materials, units that open up to the alley and really feels like a small, intimate Charleston residential alley. Gardens to the north. The fire lane will extend across here and be able to go around the entire block. And then on Line Street itself, we pulled the building back to create outdoor dining in that location. And we've actually set the building back an additional 3 feet from the property line from what we had before, which gives us a wider sidewalk in that location.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry.
Any questions from the board about the site plan?
Can you go over with us? There's some gate detailing and areas. Can you review on the site plan? What are kind of the public spaces and if there are any areas that are gated or private spaces?
Yes, so this last diagram, it's a little hard to tell, but this zone right here that's in purple, that's all city-owned public space. The rest of it is private space, but most of it functions as public space itself. This alley between the train shed and this building will have the gate that's across there. So that makes that a private space just for those units. There's a series of small little gates and fences along here that create private garden spaces for the units in Building 4. The rest of the walls and fences that you see there are really intended to screen utilities and other things and are very consistent with the walls and fences that were built as a part of the Phase 1 building.
Thank you. It's very clear.
No question. We'll now proceed to parcel 4, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought, I'm going to quickly do a few things that are sort of the whole district, and then I'll get into parcel 4, but would encourage those who wish to at the end of this to maybe take a look at the model if you haven't already. Just these are before and afters of the overall massing and architectural character, the conceptual approval and the proposed design. And so this is imagining what these buildings together with its first phase forming a gateway to Charleston, which is not a wall, but more open to what's to the south. A view from the low line looking north as it was, and then in our revision, show you the elevations of parcel 4 later, but just to get a sense of this, Line Street looking east from King Street. What we had in the conceptual approval and the proposed design, and that shows also what we got from the conceptual approval for Courier Square Phase 3, which on the right hand side. A similar view, the view from in front of the train shed, looking at parcel 5, another view of that plaza space. The views that you've already seen that of the plaza space, showing what was really important to us, which was a relationship of parcel 4 to the train shed head house, and making sure that the scale of the opening and the entrance was in scale with the openings that are existing and will be hopefully a restaurant with outside space at the train shed head house. And then just to see all of this together, parcel 4 is there together with parcel 1, the train shed, and parcel 5 and the streetscape along Line Street. Another streetscape along the low line. And looking the other way, showing also the relationship of toward parcel 5, but showing the relationship of the low line and the I-26 overpass. These are sections. I will skip that. I'll go directly to parcel 4. One of the changes that we have made to this, it shows best, I think, in the right image, is that walking the site again, especially now that the first phase is complete, we had a relatively higher floor to floor, and seeing the train shed and seeing that we really felt that it was better and more consistent with the context to have it's a 10'6" floor to floor on the upper floors, and that the scale just became smaller. And so some of the idea of the crown that we had in the conceptual approval seemed out of scale. It was to my mind, a bit on the edge. So we've kind of simplified it, staying with the Art Deco theme, but this is what we have. And I think we've also just reduced the scale of the entrance. It's a little less glass on either side of it, just to make it, in my mind, more appropriate to face that plaza with the head house of the low line. We have given you sections and details. We put a lot of love into some of the details up close, which you can see. Hope you've had time to look at that. And given a kind of fun finial treatment to the top. Still have a lot of spandrel details that put a lot of effort into the canopy. And the idea of something that is visible from afar keeps the very vertical expression of the end of parcel 4 as it's seen from south, looking up the low line. And then here are the elevations before and after. I think if you look at closely the scale of all of the openings of the conceptual approval versus what we really have at the train shed just seems a little bit too much. So we try to give it a more residential feeling. There's a lot of, there's some balconies, which were in the original idea, but a few more to give it a more residential scale, and continuously have a lot of glass at the base into those residential units that have those little gardens that Scott pointed out earlier. So here is that looking in a little more closely. There's some additional detail at the top in the kind of stucco cornice, help whiten it. And here's the additional detail along the low line east. And on the west side, we've introduced a sort of continuous Juliet balcony that helps give it a little bit of scale. That's really right about the height of the eave of the train shed. There's some details of that. These are the west elevation is very similar. And the north also very similar, which is what you see from I-26 as you're entering Charleston. So that
I'm gonna ask the board if they have any questions. Any questions?
What drove the change on the north elevation for the increase from 4 stories to 7 stories on that mass? It goes basically facing west.
It's a good point. One of the things as we look more closely, that's just, we want to make sure that some of those views looking up, that the building actually screened off a view of the highway. The whole feeling, and I just would also point out in the model, with your permission, just to make sure that when you're looking from the south, you really see only one bay of the highway. So instead of being this kind of awful highway, making something more positive of it. And so making sure this is high enough to really screen off the highway. I think it could be lower to have that effect, but I think it just the other thing which we'll point out in parcel 5 is extending this element to reduce the amount of time if you're actually, as you're walking up the low line, you're looking under the highway, which is not the most beautiful thing in the world. And so really spending a lot of time making sure that that experience is as wonderful as Scott's gonna make it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions about parcel 4? Can you tell us about parcel 5, please?
I'd be very happy to. And there are materials for parcel 4 if you that are there. We have the actual ones, and we have them on the boards. I will go into parcel 5. Or would you like to take a moment and look at those? This is.
Let me take a second to look at them. Yeah.
No, you continue. He's wandering. You continue.
You want to get it, you want to be able.
Nothing stop for that.
So parcel 5 that we came back multiple times, and one of the things that happened, we had asked for the 9th floor, and changed it several times. So what was approved was what you see on the left, but without with the statement, there just wouldn't be a 9th floor. So we interpreted that, we've come up with the proposed design. So this is the Line Street elevation. It's very similar. There's 3 tall floors, and then there's actually a pool, elevated pool courtyard that's up on the 4th floor. Similar treatment of sort of base, middle, and top, with these very shallow gable forms that form the end that, again, inspired the same inspirations of sort of warehouse buildings that might be appropriate for this railway district. And we have details through those things, the motif of the captured bay, with some detail. There's a recessed arcade along the entire Line Street elevation that is the entrance to the residential building. It's up 3 or 4 steps. There's steps to either side within that arcade. Get up there. Again, the same motif at the 2 pause, if you will, and what we think will be a really fun apartment with a round window at the top. So we've spent a lot of time just doing very subtle things to the brick detailing, the metal detailing of those lintels over the entrance, and a little, I guess, false history of the cast stone, limestone sign that we called Line and Low. And here you are, just throughout these as we've developed the details. Keep going to the low line elevation. This shows what was approved before, and one of the comments in the approval was to simplify those east and west elevations. That I think it was felt to be too busy with the ins and outs on the long face, so we did that. This also shows the addition of the tail, if you will, that moves a little farther to the north, and we've chosen to treat that as kind of a different building expression. A small little building with an end gable we will see in a moment. As you move down the low line under the highway, you see that elevation. And then the first bit to the left side of the picture are the windows into the restaurant, and its back of house and kitchen and so on is in the middle, and there are some units that open onto the low line. That shows the line of trees. So here's some more details, particularly details of that area. Same tripartite industrial window that goes around. And then the west elevation, which, as you recall, has parking that comes to the face of it and that is on a property line. So very similar. We are showing brick the first 30 feet along there, which is very visible from Line Street, and then a stucco expression with screens to cover the parking. And if you look in the back here, that's actually your service entrance, which is accessible from under the highway. So we were able to move in, move out, and trash everything off of Line Street. There's details of that. And finally, the north elevation. And I did mention just having, as we did before, some sort of nice visible elevation, which you can see in the model for those people who are moving down the low line. There's more details section. And I won't bore you with all the details. Here the material palette. I would say one thing is that a big change, we still have a tunnel under the low line, so you can get from one building to the other. The tenants can go from their parking, but we have worked very hard to not have parking that goes under the low line. And this has great advantages for stormwater management, and particularly be able to have trees, the same trees, they'll have the same real earth underneath them, as opposed to the complication of trying to build over a parking garage. So a lot less invasive, and was a good thing. It took a lot of effort. So I did want to mention that to you all. With that,
I'm gonna ask the board if they have any questions of building 5, 52 Line Street.
Got a couple. Go back to that drawing that showed the recessed bay. There was a plan detail, and seems a little unusual. If you could just talk to that, why they're not projected, or what's the point of an angled wall if it's not, sticking out? I guess I haven't seen that before.
yeah. Let's see.
And then my other question was, I know that the building that's been constructed is built of precast concrete, and why you all are not doing something similar for these buildings.
Good question. So I just addressed the first one. I don't know. It's a motif that we happen to love.
Okay.
The sort of captured bay. You don't have to have it gives a sense of the thickness of the brick walls, that it sort of exaggerates it. And I don't know, the bay window doesn't seems a little bit too colonial or something for this building. So that was kind of our it's an architectural, I mean, it's a bit of a tick, I suppose, but it's something we like. I love the to answer your second question, I love the precast that we've done, and it has been done successfully elsewhere. It has, and we do a lot of it. I think, to be very truthful. The precasters have realized that they have a good thing, and it has become, from before being a bit of a money saver and a time saver, that it has now become more expensive and bound with one of basically three companies. And it has been one of those things, the market has changed very, very noticeably in the last few years. And you know, we're going to get the same level of craftsmanship and beauty if we pay attention to hand-laid brick. And in fact, the bricks that we're using are the full-scale versions of the exact brick that are in, you know, from the same company. Some of the same bricks in the blends that we had there. So,
Thank you.
Well, speaking of that, what was the design impetus between changing from brick to stucco on significant portions of the building?
a way to lighten it a little bit, I think. I think it just make sure it doesn't seem very heavy. We'll give a little bit of variety. We put that, except on the ground, we put that inside the courtyards or at the top of the building, which seems nice. I happen to like the little building at the end being in like a little stucco, like it was a little stucco building that you see a lot of them in Charleston. We'd certainly be open to changing the material that you touched in the first floor to something else. But that was, you know, it's a little dark under the highway. It was kind of where my head was at.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Is there any public comment?
Lisa Jones, Historic Charleston Foundation. We appreciate the applicant's outreach and the opportunity to comment on this proposed conceptual approval and preliminary approval of two mixed-use buildings at Vine and Low. We're very supportive of the public realm contributions and appreciate the vertical speed bump obelisk. But however, for both parcels, HCF believes that the original designs approved in 2018 were stronger architecturally. The original Art Deco inspired design spoke better to the neighboring Phase 1 buildings. In the revised proposal for Parcel 4, the design has lost much of the refinement and character that distinguished the previous version. Reducing the building's height from 9 to 8 stories has weakened its overall proportions. As a result, several important architectural details have been eliminated, including more sculpted treatment at the top of the building, as well as the larger arches at the base, which were more consistent with Charleston standards for architectural excellence. The newly added domes appear awkwardly proportioned in relation to the towers. And regarding the new proposal for Parcel 5, we are not opposed to the change in the footprint of the building that extends slightly north. However, the 3-floor setback that goes to the 8-story portion needs to extend further from Line Street to avoid a canyon effect on that narrow street. We also request that details of the building speak to the active recreational use of the low line by making entrances prominent along the west facade of Parcel 4 and the east facade of Parcel 5. We are not in support of combining conceptual and preliminary review. Given our comments, the changes that have been made since BAR's previous approval are dramatic and warrant separate reviews. We recommend deferring this proposal to allow for additional study and refinement of the overall architectural design with particular attention to the building's contribution to Charleston skyline before moving to preliminary review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Catherine Alexander with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We also appreciate the project team's outreach over the years on this proposal. And we have we're aligned with Historic Charleston Foundation in our general comments. I will not repeat what Lisa said, but we'll just add a couple of things. We too are supportive of the evolution of the landscape plan. However, we feel the buildings before us today do represent a significant departure from the concept that received approval in 2018 and 2019. Extensive public input at that time and board guidance resulted in significant revisions to massing and facade articulation with particular deference to Lime Street that we feel have been walked back. Building 4 has become substantially more massive despite a modest reduction in overall height, specifically pointing out the 4-story element that became a taller element on the west elevation, as the board has already flagged. The cohesive Art Deco vocabulary has also been lost, the detailing simplified, and some higher quality materials replaced with extensive areas of stucco. On building 5, we feel many of the same concerns are reflected. Although the height has been reduced, the upper stories that project closer to Line Street result in a much more massive building. And we would also note that stucco has been introduced significantly. Taken together, these changes represent a step backward, and really there is no room for compromise in such a prominent commercial corridor. So we would ask the board to defer conceptual approval of buildings 4 and 5 and direct the applicant to return with a proposal that more closely reflects the quality of the previous approval. Thank you.
More public comment? Thank you very much. Staff.
Certainly. The board gave conceptual approval to parcel 4 to include additional height for architectural merit in November of 2018, and conceptual approval to parcel 5 not allowing additional height in 2019. Per the site plan, the holistic site design includes areas in the public right-of-way already reviewed positively by DRC and on private property in the jurisdiction of the BAR, and the site plan had the yellow lines distinguished between. Staff commend the design and support the materials and details as shown. Per parcel 4, the applicant has made revisions that meet all previous board and staff comments related to the brick details and metal detailing as requested. Nevertheless, enough changes have been made to height, scale, mass, and architectural direction to necessitate their review as well. The applicant has increased the height of the northwest corner of the structure from 4 to 7 to 9 stories, kind of depends on which part of it. That has changed the height, scale, mass of the structure previously approved. This change not only makes a larger mass in general, but also detracts from the vertical reading of the structure from the north, as well as the symmetry of the architectural direction previously approved, both of which are highly visible from the elevated highway. Staff require that the verticality and symmetry of the north facade return with the reduction of the non-symmetrical portion of the northwest mass back to 4 stories. The architectural direction of all facades have changed enough to necessitate a revision to conceptual. Staff are comfortable with the revised conceptual architectural direction. However, staff prefer the previously approved design as superior to the one shown. Staff also support the materials and details as shown. Per parcel 5, the applicant has made revisions that meet all previous board and staff comments, again related to brick details, etc. And like parcel 4, there have been enough changes that necessitate their review as well. Staff note the revised conceptual architectural direction of the south elevation has changed, particularly in terms of the design of the ground floor. Areas that were previously glazed have been replaced with carriage doors. While the latter are well designed in of themselves, Line Street is a prominent public realm. The removal of the glazing is contrary to BAR principles that emphasize an active public realm. Staff are not opposed to the revised ground floor configuration of the south elevation if the carriage doors are replaced with transparent glazing, and staff support all of the materials and details on this elevation. Staff notes the massing on the southeast, the most prominent part of the structure, has changed and become blockier and less refined than the previous design. Staff note the east elevation has also had changes in the ground floor, as well as material changes in the northeast. And again, it's this issue of areas that were previously glazed with storefront windows have been replaced with increased blank wall and much smaller aperture of windows. The low line, again, a public realm that is supposed to have an active public realm, and storefront glazing, large amounts of glazing are a part of that. Staff are not opposed to the revised ground floor configuration of the east elevation as long as the proportion of glazing increases to the previously approved amounts. A 3-story massing on the northeast of the east elevation has been changed from brick to stucco. Staff do not support this change of materials per BIR principles, which state that the material and craftsmanship on the base should be of the highest and most durable quality. Staff require at least the ground floor to change to brick and would recommend the entire mass be brick. Staff support all of the materials and details as shown on that elevation. Staff are not comfortable with the revised conceptual architectural direction of the north elevation. The design of the mass related to the parking garage was better proportioned and detailed previously, and staff would prefer its return. And again, additionally, you have the issue of the change from brick to stucco and concomitant BIR principles that follow that. Staff are comfortable with the architectural direction above the parking garage massing itself. Same goes to the west elevation because it's that same mass as it's wrapping around. The design of the mass related to the parking garage was better proportioned and detailed previously. There's also the issue of the change from brick to stucco. Staff would require, again, at least the ground floor change to brick, and we are comfortable with the architectural direction above the parking garage massing. Given subsequent changes to allowed height in the neighboring Courier Square Phase 3 site, staff would support the additional story originally proposed and rejected by the board in 2019 if the entire previous design of Parcel 5 were to return.
Does the applicant have any?
I thought to do conditions of recommendation.
Vegas.
Almost there, I know, it's a long night. For Parcel 4, staff require that the verticality and symmetry of the north facade return with a reduction of the non-symmetrical portion of the northwest mass back to 4 stories. For Parcel 5, we require that the ground floor elevations along Line Street and the low line return the amounts of glazing previously approved. Also for number 3, the aforementioned change from brick to stucco of that mass on the north side that goes from the east all the way to the west. And we prefer the sort of elevations on the previous parking massing on that as well. We appreciate all of the samples that have been brought, but if changes are made, then we would need samples to return for preliminary. Staff recommendation for site plan is a conceptual approval and preliminary approval with board and staff comments. And while not written here, I would add that we would be comfortable with final review by staff, given that the actual design crosses DRC and BAR and staff sits on both, that might make the most sense in that case. Staff recommend revised conceptual approval with return to the 4-story northwest massing with board and staff comments and conditions for Parcel 4. And for Parcel 5, we recommend deferral of revision to conceptual with board and staff comments and conditions.
Now.
Yes.
That would have it.
Thank you for the comments. You certainly, we would ask the board have some feeling about the placement of the 9th floor of Parcel 5. That would actually be of great interest to us, and I think it would allow us to do some of many of the changes that which we're very open to. Don't think, we want this to be right, and we want to do the right thing by you all. Be happy to consider all these things. I would love to be able to move forward with the design building, but we understand. Right.
Yeah. board have any discussion? We hear a motion. Is there any discussion?
I think before we jump into discussion, I just want to understand maybe some ground rules. We've obviously seen 3 applications and we've seen, we make questions after each one. How do we want to attack our deliberations on these? Are we going to discuss each item individually and then make a motion, or how does the board want to handle this?
I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. You know, it's approved.
And just a point of order, that you want 3 separate motions.
We want 3 separate motions, no matter how you get them.
Site plan first.
I'm not on the site plan. I usually like to look at it as I talk, but I do think the site plan, I'm in complete agreement with a lot of staff's comments on the site plan. I do think it's holistic. It ties all of the parcels together and is a great extension of the Courier Square and the Lowline network. It sits right at that nexus where it turns. I think, even though it's not in our purview, the way it goes over the street is nice, but I think the way that it also extends the public space as a real civic amenity is nice. That it also brings in elements of the city of Charleston into these public and private spaces, whether that be, the light fixtures, elements that you see. The paving materials are high quality, and I really like the kind of interconnected network that's going there. So I don't have much more to say about that. I'm open to hearing what the other board members think.
Any more discussion on the site plan?
Really well done design.
Again?
Very well done design.
I will make a motion for approval of the site plan design with board and staff comments with final review by staff.
Do you think we can be very specific too? I'm just a little concerned that when we're talking about site plan, we are talking about the site plan, not the facade as they engage into the site plan of these buildings, that we're going to reserve those comments for when we reserve the building. Is that correct?
Yes, but we
there's change. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know if that needed to be specific.
So it's specific to the hardscape and
Yeah.
landscape design.
Yeah, the one, yes. I just want to make sure when we're approving a site plan, I know that we're approving the right thing before we get into the other comments.
Motion has been made and seconded. The board approved site plan design with staff comments. Final approval to be made by the staff. Do I frame that properly?
Yes.
And in a second,
Mr. Metters.
is there any further discussion before we vote?
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
I'm with y'all, yay. All right, the next issue is parcel 4. 48 Lime Street. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm just thinking before.
Ms. Farman, I studied your comments.
I can't hear you.
I'm in agreement with these guys.
I was not here for the original conceptual review. Actually, I'm not sure you might have shown any of us were, but I agree with all the comments made by staff as well. In reviewing the proposed versus, or the newly proposed versus the original, really also to Preservation Society and Charleston, Historic Charleston Foundation's comments, it seems like there has been a downgrade in general design. So I would support everything that staff have shared.
No, I was gonna say, I'm also in support of that. I think this does constitute a revision to height, scale, and mass. And so, while I think what I want to make, the point that I was going to make is that how this engages with the low line is one of the first buildings that you see. The verticality is critically important, and that extension of the element from 4 stories to 7 stories, while trying to screen the dry or the highway. I think the view from the low line is the critically important design factor, and it does change that. But I just would want to make sure in making a motion understanding precisely what we're motioning. Are we denying a preliminary review or are we reverting? I just want to make sure that we're specific in how we actually motion this to send it back to the prior conceptual.
And you could make this motion,
Mhm.
two separate motions. You could make one related to conceptual and a separate one related to preliminary. In other words, for instance, you could approve revision to conceptual with conditions, et cetera, and you could deny preliminary, or you could defer preliminary for more details, or you could approve preliminary. So that they don't, in other words, approving one doesn't necessitate approving the other.
But I guess approving a revision to conceptual locks in the current design rather
Correct.
than reverting back to the previous
Yes.
conceptual design.
Correct.
So really, the argument would be to defer for a new presentation.
Or
On the
revise
conceptual.
conceptual. plan.
On the
Revise
conceptual, yeah.
It depends on what you're trying to achieve. You can approve the revised conceptual with the condition of returning that one mass, but it is the design as shown. So that's really what you have to decide. If you want to return to a previous design, then honestly, it would be a denial, not a deferral. Because it's a denial of this design.
Well, and I guess my question, since this is a new conceptual proposal, how relevant is the old design at this point? And should we not just be evaluating the conceptual the new conceptual proposal?
Yes.
It's getting late.
That's what you should be doing, but if you want to return to the previous, then you would deny this one. You could deny with the comment that you want to return to the
Right.
previous.
And I guess in my head, I'd say, okay, well, this is their new design. Do we find the new design suitable? We may like the old one better, but that doesn't mean that the one that they proposed is still not acceptable. And when I look at it, I mean, I think it's still, it's a very attractive, well-composed building. I certainly think, of course, there were things about the previous building that I liked, but if they're proposing a new conceptual design, in some ways, I feel like I need to put my blinders onto the previous design because that's not being proposed at this time. And is the new design approvable? And I think there's a lot about it that I like. I'm torn about that western mass, about whether it should be reduced or not. I mean, I think that would certainly help because the building, it is very vertical, and lowering that little wing on the west side, I think does help bring the mass down.
The staff has recommended revised, I don't know what you mean by revised, but revised conceptual approval with return to the 4-story northwest massing. Board and staff comments, additions. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct. That's correct. And so you have not made a motion on preliminary, or you have not made a recommendation?
No, because we don't know what the board is gonna do, but we are comfortable with the materials and details as shown for parcel.
Gotcha.
I didn't understand that they were making a new conceptual approval. I thought that it was the determination.
They already have a conceptual
they have a
approval for the
conceptual.
site, so that's why technically it is a revised conceptual approval. In terms of how you evaluate the design, Steve is right, in that you can look at this with fresh eyes, but the technical motion would be revised conceptual approval. And you could leave it there and not do a preliminary, or you could also do a preliminary.
There's also one question, you referenced the additional height based on architectural merit. That was
for building 5.
That's building 4.
44.
Building 5 was denied extra height in 2019.
But
Building
we
4
could
was
come back.
approved for extra.
And that is still in play.
Correct.
There is still a 9th story. Okay.
Correct.
I mean, we have the opportunity to overturn that.
Correct.
I mean, I think it's odd because here, I know most of the time we're talking about making the building smaller and reducing its mass and doing this, but this is a building that to me is leading the entrance to the new direction of the low line. It is a critical elevation, the north facing elevation, and the proportions of that elevation as you look down the low line. I mean, it's, to put it in comparison, it is the bend in King Street that is Charleston Place. And it is
So we
a
need a
critical
glass tower.
juncture. We do not need a glass tower. But like it is a building of that importance. And I think a building of that importance, I don't know necessarily has to be diminished in height, especially if it's at the narrower proportion. And that's my feeling in looking at it. I think the reduction in height to me is almost a little, and the reduction in the material from the conceptual design is a little less appropriate than what was done previously. And I know that's not something we're usually considering here. We're usually asking people to make it smaller, but I don't know, that's the specific thing that I'm responding to as I was reviewing this application.
So you would not want to return the 4-story northwest?
No, I would want to return the 4-story northwest, no matter which direction we went, but I would be more in support of a denial returning back to the previous conceptual approval, because by bringing in this, it revised the height, scale, and mass of the building, and I don't think that height, scale, and mass is beneficial to the building. I think the taller building is more appropriate in my vision, but that's me.
Do I hear a motion? Do I have more discussion?
I think the saying a return to the previous design is, I don't know that that is a fair direction for the applicant. I understand what the intent. You can, I think having specific commentary about the current design that would give them direction on what they should direct their efforts, I think would be better than saying return to the previous design. Because I don't know that returning to the previous design is a viable thing for this group.
Yeah, and it is complicated because I understand your point, Mr. Ramos. I think that that's definitely a valid point, and none of us were here. And again, I'm trying to put into context, and there is the staff and board comments, but it's also the comments from the previous conceptual approval changed the height, scale, and mass in a way that the conceptual comments weren't intended to do. And so by redefining that, I feel like it opens up the avenue for us to discuss it. And so that's kind of my feeling there. But I was not on the board in 2019, and I don't know the intricacies of that conversation. So I understand your point accurately here.
It's appropriate.
I just want to clarify, you could just say denial, and they still have their previous conceptual approval, and they have its vested rights, and it exists in the world, so.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask them to make a comment.
What's the comment you want?
I'm the one let him decide. I'd like to ask you to weigh in on this conversation.
Is an actual return to the previous design something that is even in the realm of possibility?
Well, that's a very good question. So I divided it into a couple of things. One, I don't think the return to the 18-foot floor to floor on the first floor and 12-foot floor to floor on the upper floors is really viable or advisable. I think the building is lower and should be lower because it should have, in my mind, it should have the scale. You can feel it when a building is 10'6" floor to floor, like the first phase. And I think that would be unfortunate. I think if there was a feeling, and I'm totally, if you said lower that thing to from 7 floors to 4 floors, totally comfortable with that. I think that's certainly in the realm of possible. I think once you lower the building, really returning to what we showed, which in my mind was on the edge of
It's like the building in RG Reynolds headquarters in Winston-Salem, which was the sort of out of town run up to the. It has this massive top to it and it just needs an extra 20 floors. In my mind, the proportion of going back to that would not be happy aesthetically. So if you wanted to explore something that looks more like that, I'm totally like it did. I'm totally open to do that and be happy to come back with some ideas that look more like what we had. Thank you for that, your question. Thank you.
I think it's less about height, but it's the scale and mass, right? The previous design, it ascended very nicely and got a little smaller as it went up. And then the new design with kind of like the two towers, I think that's what got lost. And I think that a restudy and the way the building is massed as it hits the sky, that they could return to that elegant kind of verticality that they had before without necessarily being the same vertical height, like a number of feet.
In addition to the architectural direction, I mean, it says the new proposal is a simplification of what was done previously, in my eyes. I like the features of the initial conceptual approval.
Is there a motion? What would he have to move? What would he have to move to get the applicant to do just for the name again? What do you think it was to go back and take the first 48 Line Street was conceptual approval and modify it?
I understand everything you're saying. This board is capable of making those. They'll make it. They're just trying to figure out what motion they want to make.
I think Mr. Remus summarized it, sorry, it's getting late, very well in his last comment. And I think that did win me over, that I do think it would require a reduction in the 7-story down to the 4-story. But that if we're revising the conceptual, keeping in line the lower heights and some of the detailing, but as you come towards preliminary, bringing back some of the tapered skyline features as a restudy element, I would be comfortable with that.
Is that a deferral?
So that, well, I think it would be
Denial.
this is what's funky, because I think it's a revised conceptual, but a deferral.
With conditions
Yeah,
to restudy certain things or have certain.
And we don't have to do anything with preliminary now because they are submitting with preliminary.
So it's either a revised conceptual with some specific conditions and comments, or it's a deferral with specific conditions and comments. I don't think it's a denial just based on eavesdropping to it.
Okay, I'll attempt to make a motion, a deferral with a restudy of scale, mass, and general architectural direction. Looking to the previous design to try to return some of those aspects.
Is there more, or I wasn't sure.
That's all.
You want me to repeat back what I?
Sure.
Okay, so I wrote down deferral, of restudy of.
With
With
restudy.
restudy of scale, mass, and general architectural direction to return aspects of previous design.
Looking to previously approved design.
Yes, I just. Maybe it's cleaner grammar.
But was that a deferral or revised conceptual?
That is,
He said deferral.
it is a deferral.
He's saying what to study during the deferral.
And that is a deferral of the revised conceptual.
You can just say deferral.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure I understand the wording here with looking to the previously approved design, what?
So that's why I just flipped it and said to return aspects of previously approved design, because I think that was Steve's intent.
Do we need to say anything about staff conditions in this motion? Or with the deferral, we don't need to bring in staff conditions? Okay.
I'm not sure I have it right. The motion is for deferral,
With restudy of,
study of scale, mass, and general architectural direction. Looking to the previously approved design for aspects of incorporation.
well, so I just rewrote that for Steve and he seemed okay with it. Yes, so deferral with restudy of scale, mass, and general architectural direction, return aspects of previously approved design.
And I will second that.
Any other discussion? Matter? Brown?
Yay in favor.
Stratton?
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
Article 5. Any discussion?
Well, I can lead off, I think, on the easy things for myself. I think the engagement at the public right of way is a significant detriment from the prior design to this design. I think that there was engagement at Line Street and at the low line. And the reversion in this to much more solid facades and the garage doors, as noted in staff's comments, I agree with completely. There has been a lot of change on this parcel, and I don't know what happened in 2019 with the revisions and the reduction in height that was done, but the applicant did seem open that if that was on the table, that it would maybe be something. And I think there's about the proportions of the mass above the kind of lower plinth are better in the prior design. And I think some of the material selections are better in the prior design. The ratios of glazing to brick are better in my opinion. And so if those are open, but I think that I wouldn't be okay with this at a preliminary or conceptual approval just because of the changes at the low line. I think those constitute a kind of almost a revision of its engagement. I'm feeling this. So.
Lawrence, can you go back to the rendering that shows building 5 from, there was one that was a view from King Street. I'm not sure what sheet that would be.
From King Street or from Line Street?
Well, it looked like it was the corner of King and Line, I thought.
Speaking about is that.
Sorry, everybody. Yeah.
In the future, since you're close, you can always grab the clicker and get it where you want it if you have something.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't stand on ceremony. That one? Is that one more?
No.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, yes, that one.
Yeah, and I think for me, like, this is one of the views that is just, disappointing, compared to the previous. Just the way that the building terminates at the sky just seems out of character with the quality of the other buildings. And then, yeah, I don't know if there's some ornamentation that was removed or it's just gotten a lot more plain on what is a pretty critical view corridor.
That's the one that sort of the staff covered about the mass on that corner. That's the one that.
Yeah, that.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, well. The staff is. Recommended deferral of the revision. Conceptual approval of the board and staff comments and conditions.
I think the only other discussion that I haven't heard from the board here that I think might be critical, and it was one of staff's comments too, which was the very last one, given the subsequent change to allowing the height in the neighboring Courier Square Phase 3, staff would support the additional story originally proposed and rejected by the board in 2019 if the entire previously designed for parcel 5 would return. And I think that a little bit along the dialogue that we just had to the prior project, I mean, I don't know that that's in there, but I mean, in looking at the prior design on a lot of aspects, I see that as better. In looking at the plans, especially as it moved up beyond, I believe the 4th story, it bulked up and got larger. It was less articulate. Like to me, looking at the prior design for most of the views, I'm much better. Like I would be in support of that if it did come back. I think
You're asking for the same treatment of 52 lines.
Well, I think if we are denying or deferring conceptual approval, I think it is important that we are clear to the applicant in the deferral whether or not we are in support of the additional story as they come back with their restudy. And I think we need to be very clear on that point and where this board stands. If we're not in support of it, we need to tell them now. That's the point I'm trying
So
to
we
make.
make in support of it based off of the previous quality that was presented. Yep. I would be in support of that for the same reason. The city architect has stated that the scale of the context has changed in 6 or 7 years. And so if they were to return to the quality that was presented at their previous request, allowing for 9 stories seems like a fair give and take.
Isn't that built into the staff's comments?
It is.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
Okay, I just wanted to be
Yeah,
clear
yeah,
that
no.
if we were going to defer and they were
Sure.
going to come back, that we were clear on that specific point.
Thank you.
before.
I'm in agreement.
Mhm.
And that could be made part of the motion, just so that it's on the record in case no one thinks this, but there was another 8-year pass and there's a new board and new staff, so it would be really clear.
So what's in the motion?
I will make a motion for deferral of revision to conceptual approval with board and staff comments and conditions. Do I need to tie in that point specifically?
I think you should, with board amenable to a 9-story.
With the specific board condition that the board is amenable to the 9 stories if the proposed quality of the prior design was returned.
Repeat just a moment.
I'm a word amenable, so it's a big thing. So what I have is deferral of revision to conceptual approval with board and staff. Comments with specific board condition that board is amenable to 9 stories of previous quality of proposal returns. but I didn't get it right.
How about staff comments and conditions?
Well, I don't, the conditions don't really apply. In this case, it would just be staff comments.
All right.
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor?
Yay in favor?
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
General, thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you for your. Easy to make for you. 251 King Street. Item number 5 on the agenda. Let's give them a moment to swear out.
So you just want me to read it? Okay, I mean, just an expert that one says. Excuse me.
Thank you. I'm sure. That was about as complex. That too complex.
I looked at these today and I was like, I don't even know how you craft a motion for these things. Like,
Two 51 King Street, item number 5 is next on the agenda.
Yes, 251 King Street is a category 2 structure from the 1880s in the old and historic district. And they're requesting conceptual approval of exterior alterations. And it says and illuminated signage, but signage is not part of this package, so it should not say that. Lawrence is going to show us the location. And then we are ready for the applicant presentation.
Great.
You feel free to use the clicker.
Sure, Bill Marshall, represent the architectural side of things, and I'd first like to introduce Peter Dimitri, have him say a few words about the project and the family legacy about what they're creating. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate it. I've been here a long time. History of the family business can be long and on road, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. But basically, Peter Dimitri, I've known the Peter Dimitri Jewelers at 253 and 255 King Street. My father founded the jewelry store in about 50 years ago. I believe we're the 4th oldest family-owned business still on King Street. My grandfather came to the United States as a 14-year-old Greek immigrant by himself. In Charleston, sponsored him, and grandfather eventually owned a little corner grocery store on Ann Street. My father was 5, 6 years old. He was working there 7 days a week.
Pull that microphone a little closer to you and speak up just a little.
Yes, sir.
You got to get it properly recorded. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
That's Sarah.
So our current 253, 255 King Street was a bank. If you've ever seen it, that's, you know, what the store looks like. That's where my grandfather and my father banked, and my father would dress up in a fancy suit because that's the only way you could go into King Street. He would go into this bank, and as a little boy, he loved historical architecture. He fell in love with it. And he actually, I have in writing, he dreamed as a little boy of owning that bank. By the 1970s, King Street had changed. It was dilapidated, and the bank had gone under and become a beauty salon. And they had basically destroyed the interior. If you've ever been in our store, you know, 17-foot ceilings, all the molding, all destroyed. But my father dreamed of owning a business on King Street because for him, growing up as a poor boy of a Greek immigrant, that was the ultimate in Charleston. And he bought the bank from the Heffron family. He then went in and restored it. If you've ever been in our store, all the molding, all the crown molding, my father made by hand out of plaster. And so that's where we started. You know, for years, it was just my mother and father working in the store. Eventually, it was my mother, father, and me. And now we have a staff of about 15 people, so we've come a long way. We became official Rolex jewelers, which is kind of the pinnacle of the watch world. And frankly, it's what keeps me in business. It's how I make my living. Major stores have tried to come into Charleston and take Rolex away from us. There was a major store out of New York that proposed a $10 million boutique in Mount Pleasant, which would have put me out of business. It would also have taken a tremendous amount of revenue from Charleston. It destroyed my staff. There's another store that promised all my brands that they would buy a building across the street from me and do a monumental build out and put me out of business. But Rolex chose me to put in this boutique. My father bought the 251 King Street building, which is obviously what we're talking about here, which was actually built in the 1830s, 1835, according to the plaque. It was the first known jewelry store in Charleston, and it was where James Allen, who's a famous silversmith, a lot of his work is in the museum. That's where he had his first store. And it was actually a jewelry store all the way through the 1970s of different owners. My father bought it from United Colors of Benetton, who had bought it from the Adam Norman's jewelry store. And he was so excited because he owned the oldest jewelry store in Charleston. His ultimate dream was to expand our store into that building, but it never made sense at the time. It just, you know, wasn't viable at the time, but you know, now it is. And so with all knowing what Rolex was going through, all these outside forces trying to take it from me, I proposed to Rolex to basically do a standalone Rolex store, which I saw the writing on the wall that I was the wave of the future. And Rolex chose me. So very proud of that. And then I met with Rolex designers, and it was the classic modern boutique that you see all over the country. You know, that's what the wave has happened with all these brands, is they've just created this cookie cutter. It looks like everybody's the same kind of thing. I suddenly received a call from the president of Rolex, and he said, I want to bring the global president from Switzerland to see your store because we want to start adding character to the United States stores. And there's no one that represents that better than your store in Charleston. So the global CEO came in. We took him on a tour of the upstairs, which is all exposed brick and all the original 1800 molding. And they started speaking in Swiss French, which I knew meant they were talking about me. And but all I could understand is the global CEO kept on pointing at the brick and the molding, and he was saying, magnifique, magnifique, you know, magnificent, magnificent. And so the next thing I know, they told me, we want you to embrace the historical nature of Charleston and of your building. And we want to turn this into a showpiece and a cornerstone for the future evolution of the United States with Rolex. We want to start incorporating characters of cities where it makes sense. So the direction changed, and Rolex has been incredibly thoughtful. Everything it's been extremely collaborative. Everything is an homage to either the past historical. Nothing that is there that is historical has changed, or been changed, or been altered. The little Rolex clock, which I know we're not talking about signage, is an homage to the giant clock that used to hang over the building that got torn down for Woolworths and everything. Giant clock that hung over King Street. The bronze front is an homage to the William Carrington jewelry store that existed in the late 1800s, the early 1900s. That's what it was made out of, and it's kind of basically how it looked. So, you know, everything I think is historically correct. It meets Charleston standards. When it's all said and done, I mean, the interior is going to be exposed brick, and all the original molding is staying the same. Everything's staying the same. So in short, it's a dream come true for my family. And in the scheme of these monumental developments around Charleston and what we've seen tonight, I realize it's a small, straightforward project, tiny, but honestly, it's a massive win for family-owned businesses in Charleston. It's a massive win for King Street. It's a massive win and revenue generator for Charleston, because Rolex has really chosen to do something special that they will spread across the United States.
And interrupt you just a moment.
Yes, sir.
We have 3 or 4 minutes left.
I'll knock it out right
And I
now.
want Bill Marshall.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
What we really need to speak about is the issues that are directly before us right now.
Yes, sir.
I love your
Yeah,
description.
I can talk for everyone.
And I've been in your shop many times. That's,
Okay.
I can get it done in 2.
Got
okay.
I wanted y'all to hear from Peter because the family story and the passion about that they're bringing to this project, I think is really worth sharing, and worth understanding a little bit. The project itself, the storefront on the ground floor has changed a couple of times, in the last 100 years. So there's not a lot of historic thing there. There actually are 2 copper capitals that we are going to retain with the copper architrave band that'll be tucked in underneath the awning. The historical jewelry signage from the James Allen Company from 1835 is up here. That will remain unchanged, although we might try to just do a little bit of restoration work on it. Sorry, get back. The storefront facade, really, there are 3 different components to it. We'd like to go back and add cloth awnings inside the window framing, to just add a little bit of color and texture to the building. The Rolex name would be on the face of the lower awning. The storefront facade, as Peter suggested his notes, is basically just going to be swapped out for bronze storefront with glass to fill in the opening. And then the last part, the signage component that we're considering is actually intended to be sort of a rethought of a trade sign. In the side here, the idea is that it's been stylized Rolex watch band with a actual clock that you can see walking up and down King Street. I'm happy to deal with signage separately, but that's really the 3 components of the facade that I wanted to share with you. Happy to answer any questions, and I know it's been a long night, so I'll be quiet now.
What was the material underneath the glass, the kind of the base material?
It's actually floor to ceiling glass, and this is actually part of the cabinetry on the inside of the glass.
Okay.
There's an issue that we're trying to deal with from a security standpoint, because we are right at the end of Hazel Street. So we're trying to think through security. We're going to have roll down shutters on the inside of the display cases, like the Harrison's Krogan store that y'all reviewed recently. And but within the base of these, we're actually going to put bollards or a short concrete wall to prevent a car from driving down Hazel Street into the building. And so that's, but the intent is that it's floor to ceiling glass, and that the display case is actually part of the design on the inside of the glass, if that's helpful.
Any other questions?
The drawings call out bronze storefront finish. Is that actually a bronze storefront, or is it a finish applied to a
It's a
different
bronze,
material?
it's a bronze storefront, I'm sorry.
Can you speak to me a little bit about the shutters? And I think the shutters at the lower level and the upper levels. How are you attaching those, or what are your intention there?
Shutters.
Sorry, shutters, awnings.
Oh,
Sorry. The canopies.
the intent is that they'd be open on the end, just regular sort of shed cloth, fabric awning.
Sure, the bracket's fascinating to
The windows are recessed in the opening probably 3 or 4 inches. I'm assuming we'd recess it into the side of the window jamb. We can certainly look at a detail for that and flesh that out a little bit more. There were aluminum shutters on the building back in the 70s. So,
but those would be inside. Your current intention is to mount those inside the existing trim on the jamb. Is how you would do that.
yeah, they would not extend out over the window, over the fenestration.
And then the lower one, the canvas awning extends past the column on each side. So how would you plan on attaching the hardware to kind of support that?
Basically, it would attach on the face of the pilaster. Because of the amount of glass, there's just a little connection that would go back, sort of see what's implied there. There'd be a metal fastener that would attach back to the center of that pilaster.
Is the front door inset, sir?
Yes, sir.
How far?
Exactly as far as the door is wide. So same as the existing storefront that was there. There'll be they have to be outswing doors for panic, for people to get out. So having them inset there serves that purpose.
Any other questions?
Why is there awnings on the upper windows?
Kind
of unusual.
I think everybody liked it when we talked about it. It was probably the easiest way to answer that question.
Well, there's actually a historical precedent. We have pictures from the 30s and 40s and I think the 60s where there were awnings, at least on the second floor.
Yeah, there are awnings on the second floor in a lot of old pictures, but it just seemed like it seemed unfinished without them.
Really wanted to bring that back as a historical.
And I think it's a unique building because it's dead on Hazel Street, so you see it at a distance. So the idea that there's sort of a terminus to that view corridor looking down Hazel Street, the additional color up there, we just thought was helpful.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Now, want to hear from the public if anyone is here to discuss it.
I do have one letter that came in after the 12 o'clock deadline that said I could read real quick. It's from Charlotte Crabtree, who owns the Silver Vault of Charleston. They've been in business down there since 1994. She says, dear members of the BAR, we enthusiastically support for Devitre Jewelers' proposed building enhancements for Rolex Boutique located at 251 King. The inclusion of the bronze storefront, traditional awnings, and classic trade sign demonstrates a deep respect for the architectural heritage of our city. By blending the historic design concepts with high-quality craftsmanship, this project perfectly honors the unique history of the King Street Retail District. This thoughtful investment by a cornerstone of our community ensures that the storefront will remain a visually stunning asset to the Charleston Retail District for generations to come. I strongly encourage the board to approve this proposal as it enhances our economic vitality while preserving the historic charm that defines Charleston. Sincerely, Charlotte Crabtree.
I'd like to speak as a member of the public, but full disclosure, I am the GC on the project. However, my partnership and I own 9 buildings within 1.5 blocks of this building. We own the Tecovas boot store, we own the bottom left, we own Sephora, we own J. Crew, Club Monaco, Aerie, and a number of buildings. My partnership represents exactly the opposite of, in terms of our tenants, of what this man is. As a landlord, it makes my living on King Street, and who's been doing it for 26 years now. I can say Peter is the last of a dying breed. I stood before this board over a decade ago regarding the MP Dimitri sign on the front of that building. And at the time, the board had some hesitation about it. It had forgotten the names of all the families on that street who built this city.
there's very few left. And so as someone who is deeply committed financially and personally to that street, having restored the Tecovas building and many, many others, I again, my bias is known, I've disclosed it, but it doesn't negate my voice and my partner's voice that we support this project very strongly and believe it'll bring great benefit to the street, and appreciate that he's the last of the few families that still work on the street.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right, what's the staff recommendation?
So the property was ordered to be stabilized by Ken Granata, our chief building official, which necessitated the demolition of the storefront. While signage is shown on the application, they will need to provide a separate signage package given its status as a Category 2 building. We support the cleaning and repairing of the historic lettering on the second floor, integral to the architecture itself, as well as support the maintenance and any repairs needed to restore all the historic features that are known. We do not support the canopies on any floor as they either hide or interfere with the visibility of the character defining features of this building, given its Category 2 status. This bullet may be less relevant now because we could not tell, because there was no plan or section provided, if the doors were set back. So we were concerned about that, but you've cleared that up, so we can move to staff conditions. Number 1, no canopies to appear on this facade. Number 2 is irrelevant because you've clarified that the doors are set back. And 3, apply for a separate signage package to go before the board. And we recommend conceptual approval of board and staff comments and conditions with final review by staff.
Does the applicant have a response to that?
There's awnings on the first floor of nearly every building on King Street. And that was.
Go to the mic.
Yeah, you have it.
There's awnings on nearly every business on King Street, including Skims, which just opened up, which covers the historical, the nuns architecture.
My building, and I just received approval. Sorry.
Can't do that.
Sorry.
I'm a little shocked by that. That would basically kill my project and put me out of business. So I beg you to reconsider that. I don't know of any way I can say that more directly and more seriously. The upper windows, that's the way it was done in the past, and we thought that was an historically correct thing. And but that bottom canopy, I don't even understand that, honestly. It's literally Skims every store that's opened up on King Street, including Brogan's has it. Everybody has it on the front of the building. It's nothing being hidden at all. Sorry.
I'd also add that the lower level canopies like that are actually a benefit to pedestrians who are walking down the street in the rain, and you know, it is the shady side of the street, but I think there's a functional aspect that's something, having walked storefront to storefront in the rain, it's you know, that ground, the ground level canopy, I think is important. There actually was one there that was removed when we were trying to stabilize the building, but and the upper canopies, there are a good many historical photographs that show them at least on the second floor, but maybe not on the third. But I think looking at the building at the end of Hazel Street, you know, looking down Hazel Street, it just seems like it was unfinished without that. But again, the canopy on the first floor, I think, is critically important, as Peter suggests.
Are there any other buildings that have canopies beyond the first floor on the second and third that you could think of off the top of your head?
That are Category 2 buildings.
That are Category 2.
I mean, that the context of Category 1 and Category 2, Category 3 is not in my head, so I don't
That's
know.
all right.
But I do know that there's historic precedent for the canopies on the second floor of this building.
Okay. Anybody else have a question of Mr. Mon? Thank you very much. Board discussion.
There are the canopies on the second floor, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the photos. On the photos that are in this report. I don't know if they're current.
Can you speak up
But
just a
there's
little?
there are no awnings on the left-hand side of the street that I can see. I mean, On the right-hand side, I see one.
Once we go to A-02, I think that's what Mr. Metters is referring to.
This may be old.
I'm gonna ask you all to speak up so we get a good record. I'm hearing you, but we gotta have a record. Let's speak up.
I'm not in favor with category 2 building of the awnings either. And, so I think that if you have these photographs and these historical photographs, you should bring them in and show them to us. We don't have them. I'm in agreement with staff on that. Everything else I think is fine.
I think the very first photo has the upper awnings. I think that the ground level awning, I'm fine with that. And I think that storefronts in nature are just transient and they change over time, and so do the signs and awnings that accompany them. And so I'm perfectly fine with the ground floor awning, but I do think that the second and third floor, even if there was precedent, it's just no longer. Well, I don't find them appealing even in the historic photo. So, but I'm in support of the storefront itself, the ground floor canopy, just not the upper floor canopies.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Looking up I live a block off King, so walking that thoroughfare every day, and there are canopies everywhere. I don't know if the buildings are category 1 or category 2 or what have you down the street, but at least as it looks on the streetscape, it makes sense. The second and third floors, no, but I would be agreeable to the ground level.
And it does look like from the section, and that's what I was trying to pay attention to, from the existing photograph, as the applicant was speaking about it, there's the existing historic element that's left at the storefront facade is that copper capital and the architrave that runs across the top. And looking at the attachment points that are proposed, because I think what we as a board are charged to look at is what detriment to historic fabric is happening at each element, which is why I was asking about the attachment points. Are they going through masonry? Are they attaching into the wood trim? How are all these different features going? But it looks like in the design of this canopy, it is coming in under, it is still retaining the copper, which is sitting right here, and it's under, I don't know what you'd call the built out trim, wood trim piece that's there, but it's tucked up underneath there, which are both logical points if you would start. And as you walk underneath that canopy, those would still be visible.
Well, I guess I would wonder, can the canopy not shrink to actually sit within those columns? Much like the proposed canopies on the upper floor set within them. To me, that would be the best way to not hide those architectural elements.
Yeah.
Basically reduce the width. I don't know if there's a way to attach to the jamb.
Is that the way it is in that middle picture?
No, that's a totally different metal awning that's anchored in a bad way. It's the front face of the facade.
Can we go to the photo that shows proposed?
Here. Or do you want to grab? Yeah, so
Well, I mean, the top middle one.
that's what Mr. Ramos is talking about. It's just basically moving the cage from starting here to here and using the bracket that comes out, attaching to the inside face so that the capital that
shows.
Yeah.
And that was
And
staff's biggest concern was the hiding of those capitals. I think that would.
Yeah, I think that would be a suitable solution.
I think to the other items, and I know we haven't hit on it, so I just want to hit them. I think they're all an improvement. I think that the bronze finish or the bronze storefront is a much significant upgrade from what's existing there. I think the color scheme is really good. I think it highlights the trim of this building, which feels like it falls away a little bit. There's a significant amount of improvements across the rest of the structure, and I'm in support of those. I'm not in support of the second floor awnings though as well. So that's.
Can I ask the applicant what he thinks about reducing the awning inward so that the capitals show?
That's fine with me. That's a great idea.
Say again?
That is fine with me, and that is a great idea.
Right. Is there a motion?
Well, wait a minute.
Is more discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So this is a powder coated bronze storefront.
It's actually solid bronze.
I'm just reading the,
Yes, sir.
it says powder coated bronze storefront.
It is now solid bronze being manufactured in Switzerland.
So it's different than what is being presented.
It's the same profile, it's just the note is different. It's solid bronze.
And that would certainly need to be a condition
Yes. Is the.
because that's different.
Yeah, happy to do that.
We have a discussion.
So, I didn't actually see this until I turned around and looked at the big picture on the screen, but so what I see in this right here is the same as what I see here.
Yes, sir.
What I think they're doing is that there's a plane out here.
Yeah.
Where the glass is attaching from base to the top, and then you're looking through the glass and you're seeing this recessed panel behind the glass pane. That's what's showing up down here.
Yeah, that's the inside the case.
So that's not a bulkhead, that's not a storefront bulkhead.
No, it's glass.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
Yes. I will make a motion for conceptual approval with board and staff comments with a revised, or with the condition that the awning on level 1 be permitted, with the condition that it be reduced in width to fit within the inside of the existing pilasters. And that the awnings on level 2 and 3 to be removed.
Is there a second?
And in the bronze storefront.
And with the condition that the bronze storefront be included.
Solid bronze.
Solid bronze storefront be included.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion?
And did we put staff conditions in there that, sorry, before I second that, did we put staff conditions in there that the signage package has to come back as a separate submittal, that we're not reviewing that at this point?
And also, in the motion, name the number of the staff condition if you want to make it clear. Like, that's why I number them in case you want to accept one and reject the others.
Motion is that we give conceptual approval with board and staff comments with the condition that the awning first floor be permitted, but within the existing pilasters and with awning on the second, third floors eliminated, that there be solid bronze storefront included. And
Staff condition 3.
And I didn't hear you.
And staff condition 3.
And staff condition 3. But stated properly.
Well, and I have the written part that the awning on the first floor be permitted with the condition to be reduced to fit inside the pilasters.
Well, that's what I said, or maybe not. Madam?
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor. Happy man.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We're now going to item number 6, 134 St. Philip Street. With that, you want to preview.
134 St. Philip Street is a category 3 building from 1887 in the City District, and they are requesting final approval of an exterior lighting package. Lawrence is gonna show us the location. And then we're ready for applicant presentation.
Good evening. I'm Ellis Backman. I work with the design team, specifically David Hill, who presented this or submitted this to the board, along with Father John Bosco and the church at St. Patrick. Before we begin going over the lighting package, if it pleases the board, could I have Father John Bosco speak, or would you rather him speak during public comment?
So, per the chairman's notes, any sort of owners or people like that need to speak, but as you saw last time, it's really important that you understand there's 10 minutes total for the entire presentation, even if an owner or significant member of ownership is presenting. So we just want to make sure you're all aware.
Understood. If it works, then what I'll do is I'll run through the presentation rather quickly, and allow him to.
That's fine.
Because as we were made aware, earlier today, if not yesterday, that we're most likely going to get rejected. So I'm going to go through the motion of presenting this in hopes that with your input, we can come to a package that is approved and that everyone feels comfortable with. So I'm going to move on to the slides and try to just run through this rather quickly. Let me jump ahead so I can give you kind of some context. As in most lighting packages, the idea is to accentuate the features of the building. I'm trying to get through all the small stuff. So the overall idea was to install poles with uplighting in either position 1 or 2. This is not in both positions, but install poles in the front that wash the front of the building with light and also direct beams of light directly upward towards the steeple itself. Simultaneously, we're presenting to have 2 pointed fixtures on the back of either chimney pointing towards St. Philip that would wash light against the back of the steeple. And then the third aspect that we see in this photo is we are trying to creatively illuminate the stained glass that is on premise. The goal is to illuminate it both from the exterior as passerbys can view at night, as well as flooding it directly into the building. So if you are inside the building, you can then get an illuminated stained glass in the evening as well. So overall, those are the 3 main for that portion of the exterior. That's just in more detail. I can go back to these if y'all would like more of the discussion portion. The next major component was to install 8-foot tall LED fixtures, and this is going to wash light into each of these stained glass windows from the outside. So the goal is to angle them in a way that presents the light or presents the window from the exterior, but also allows us to have light shed into the building as well during the evening hours. The second photo here was our initial design for how we would get power to the building. Obviously, it has to do with a lot of PVC conduit on the exterior of the building, which I know is a portion of the rejection, but I'm presenting it as it stands currently. So having each of these uplights, we would have to run conduit to this cavity of brick and then come straight down to be able to get power into those areas, along with continuing conduit up to the roof line to be able to send that light to the back of the steeple. That's the entirety of the package as it stands now. Again, I wanted to keep it extremely short because this is more of a learning experiment for us so that we can understand what is acceptable and kind of the direction of y'all. So if I can I pass it over to Father John Bosco?
Yep.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, board members. My name is Father John Bosco. The past 3 years, I've had the privilege of being the pastor at St. Patrick's Church. Upon coming to St. Patrick's, I inherited a church that I had no knowledge of the background. From being appointed, I realized that St. Patrick is actually the first church built by the founding bishop of Charleston Diocese, Bishop England. And Charleston Diocese at the time was the whole of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And I realized that the enormity of the church we are asked to serve and to manage. It was a church that's so beautiful and yet structurally strong, but cosmetically falling apart. The slates were dropping. Thank God we didn't fall on anybody. Paints were crumbling, and the whole, you could not appreciate the beauty of the church. As you can see, the fogged windows due to. So the church asked for renovation. And we started a capital campaign, and in the process, I had a feeling like the priest in the scripture, Hilkiah, who discovered upon restoration of the temple, found the book of life. Because in the process, there was no at the initial beginning the intention to lighten up the church. But upon the investigation, we realized that the church actually had was lighted up at some point in its history, because the vestige of the lighting is still in the tower there, and they helped us discover it when they started investigating. So I am in the raising fund. We were blessed and graced by the prestigious National Trust for Sacred Spaces that gave us a grant of $500,000. And I am very, very grateful to the staff of this board, because when we needed to apply to accept that fund, which was the end of May, they worked overnight to get us the approval for the steeple, but part of the steeple is the light. So they kicked it back, asking for the approval for the light before they can make a decision. And we have a window before we lose the grant, which will help us to do the necessary renovation. And again, I thank you all for all your support, and to realize that St. Patrick as a sacred space, it's not a museum, it's a life-giving place. We bury people, we celebrate life, we have baptism, weddings. And the most interesting thing, hanging around to see people stop at the end of the day, just trying to have a sacred moment. And I wonder what illuminates this place night and day, the sun there to illuminate during the day and the light at night, how it will help people to. So I am here as the pastor representing this community to ask you to continue to do the good job you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment?
I have a question for the applicant.
Go ahead.
Why are you proposing exposed exterior conduit and not putting inside the building?
The initial proposal was to keep the conduit on the outside to help preserve the aesthetic and the historical relevance of the inside of the building. So simultaneously, we understand that there's, a significant impact of putting it outside, but we're kind of stuck in between. Does it go outside or does it go inside? I understand that that's not something that y'all would like to see. We just weighed our options and we went with outside first. Like I said, we knew we were coming in most likely going to get a rejection. So we're altering our plan quite significantly, and one of the major things that we're discussing is how can we put this wiring into the building and remove the conduit. That's one of our big topics, I guess you will.
Yes. Thank you. St. Matthew Lutheran Church. In those photographs that are included, there seems to be a lot of illumination of the stained glass from the interior.
Do you want me to go to that page? These are the ones you're referencing?
Well, no, I'm like page 32. It looks like that's up in the attic. I don't know if it is or not, but it looks like it is. And then
That's the
page,
exterior.
35. Those are interior lights.
Yes, sir. Those are gonna be inside the building shining directly out.
Do we have any?
We have no
We have
purview
no
over,
purview on any of those.
except that we would allow it to be lit up, but not how they're lighting it from the inside.
From the inside.
Yeah, but since the light shines outside, we can say we don't want any light shining
Yeah.
outside, but we can't say, but if we say yes, they determine how to do it from the inside.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, in St. Pat's, the stained glass, if you were to put the lighting on the windows there, it would be impacting the view of the congregation looking out as well, right? Unlike St. Matt's, where these are actually covered, right? And people don't see the backside of it.
That's correct. The
Yeah.
congregation and the pews, and they're right up against
Yeah.
the stained glass, so an interior light similar to this is not something
Yeah.
that I would suggest from a visual standpoint. Again, we do have alternates that we've thought of. I just didn't want to disrespect y'all by coming in here and presenting something that is new and different. That's majority of what I'm looking for is just your suggestions. I'm happy to talk about what we're planning on doing, but that really only means something once we go for.
I was just trying to clarify why this photo was in there, because you can't do it that way when you are because of the existing conditions.
Mhm.
No, sir. That's a good question, and I do not have the answer to that question.
And was there, let me go back to.
Any other
Uh,
questions?
Were you looking to light the belfry at all?
So existing inside of the belfry, there are lights of some sort that have completely lost their capability to shine. I don't know to what extent.
Okay.
The idea with the new package, or what we would like to do, is we would like to reestablish those lights as well as exterior uplighting in certain areas. To what extent is, I guess, to be determined, but the lights that are in the belfry, we would like those to be reestablished, and we would hope to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is any public comment? There are none. May we hear the staff recommendation?
So historically, the BAR does not usually allow the uplighting or downlighting of buildings, but makes exceptions for civic structure. Staff find that this is an appropriate civic structure to light, as there are many features that are worth lighting. Staff support the 3000 K temperature that the light produces, as this is the standard temperature that has been required of other applications regarding lighting. However, the effect that the lights would have on the surrounding residential structures is unclear without a photometric plan. In other words, when you reapply, we would need to see a photometric plan. During a preview meeting with staff, it was understood that the lighting intended to accent the stained glass windows would be installed on the interior. However, this application has them on the exterior. So we've already talked about this, that we're concerned about the conduit and the visual clutter that detracts from the building's architectural character. So that is our biggest concern related to that element. And while not opposed to illuminating the structure, staff finds hill-mounted spotlights and chimney-mounted fixtures used to illuminate the steeple are too prominent and detract from the haunted picture. And another example on King Street is pointed out, staff spent a lot of time. We can find no evidence that those were ever approved by the board or by BAR staff. We think it happened in 2020 during the pandemic, so we don't know if they were just put up without approval. But there is no official board approval of those elements if they're being used as a precedent. The board never approved those. We recommend a more restrained approach, meaning ground mounted uplighting towards the structure rather than elevated spotlights. That would provide a more sympathetic and less visually distracting method of highlighting the building's architectural features. So for us, it's a denial of the submittal as proposed, but we want to emphasize that we are very supportive of lighting this building. We just want to make sure it doesn't detract from the beauty of the building itself, that it enhances it instead of coming into conflict with it. The other thing that I will add, and the board can completely reject this, but if the board is amenable to uplighting and has very specific conditions, staff would be comfortable with this coming back at staff since it's not a category 1 or 2 building to help facilitate a quicker timeline for the church given their grant. We would just ask for very specific conditions so that we could follow those conditions and then do this as a staff review as opposed to a board review. But again, I'm just throwing that out there and it doesn't have to be something that the board.
You know, I would like to make a comment about that. I'm exhausted. And I'm worried that I might not put something out there that would be good guidance for you on that. And I know that we're about to have a couple of churches come to you for uplighting. And we've been thinking about it a lot, but as of right now, I hope that we could bring this back here and then maybe there's some other shortcut that we can work out.
May I ask what the timeline is on the grant? What timeline are you worried about where you might lose the grant to this project? Months, weeks, years?
We have until September to accept or refuse the grant. It was awarded October last year, and October this year they will be doing another round of award, and all the recipients from the previous year must accept or lose it.
So when's our next meeting?
In August.
First week in August.
And it could, the schedule allows that now, right? Where an applicant come back that quickly.
That would be up to the applicant's
Sure.
ability to turn it around, because remember, they don't have
Right.
a month, given when this is happening, when the deadline is.
Right.
It's usually roughly 2 weeks, sometimes a little bit less, sometimes more, just depending on how the calendar falls.
And personally, I'd like to see some precedent photos as well, of other lighting, at churches in the city. So I can think of, I think of the ones in Belfry, like at, St. Michael's, but I can't think of, the architectural features, maybe St. Philip's, I don't know.
Oh, and my work in this.
Right, St. Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to please me more to see that church lit, and I don't want him to lose his grant. And my inclination is to suggest they work with the staff and we give the staff authority to reach a final conclusion.
I think what that does, Mr. Chairman, that was just like pictures were brought that were a precedent tonight, which BAR had never approved. What gets approved would set a precedent then. And I think I'd like to be involved in that precedent setting.
What do you all think about it?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Metters, and I got confidence that this architect can turn it around in 2 weeks. No, it's a very important precedent setting design, and I think it would be worthwhile for us to take part in that. And I do feel confident that with all the comments that staff has discussed and that we've discussed, I think that the team can hopefully turn something around quickly.
Mhm.
So I would propose a motion of of denial with board and staff comments.
Say it again.
I would propose a motion for denial with board and staff comments.
Is there a second?
Yes, sir. A second.
Let me ask this question, but we have some discussion on it. Is there any reason why it can't be back up here in early August?
No.
No, that's completely on the applicant.
Okay,
And we do have a limit of eight projects that we review. There is always the possibility that there could be more than 8, and depending on the order that they're received, somebody could get bumped. So that would be the one situation where that could occur.
Staff would just advise, not only do you not miss the deadline, but you don't upload at the deadline time, because the vast majority of our applicants come in that final 2 hours before the deadline. So when people have a specific date, they say if you do it Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, you shouldn't have a problem getting on our agenda. If you submit on Monday and we have a lot of submittals, then that's the risk.
there's a limit to how many.
Yeah, it's a cap.
I wish the cap was a little smaller tonight.
But there is a motion and it has been seconded.
Yeah, so we're
There's a
just
motion
waiting
that's
for
been seconded. Any other discussion?
Yay in favor?
Yay in favor.
Yay in favor?
Yay in favor. We wish you good luck and we want to see you back in August. I'm gonna be on vacation in Follies, but I'll be here.
Can I ask one question just quickly?
Yes.
Is it the suggestion that we submit for a final approval, or do I need to back this into some sort of conditional format to
You
avoid?
could just submit, just submit your proposal. And we will either approve it or not approve it. It's not.
We can work it
it's
through
not-
to the
Yeah.
final.
Yeah,
I just wanted, again, trying to get it done.
yeah, just submit a complete submittal. And if it follows the things that have been said, then you should be okay.
Understood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, should we do item number 11? And sorry, 7?
Item number 7.
All right.
Out there.
280 is a not rated building from 1991 in the Old Historic District, and they are requesting final approval of the signage package containing illuminated signage. And Lawrence is going to show us the location.
Y'all want a snack? I got another one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your snacks already provided. That was my dinner. Y'all's too, probably.
Then we are ready for applicant presentation, as you are.
Great, thank you. Thank you, board. I appreciate your time and attention tonight. We're talking tonight about signage. My name is Jeff Johnston. I'm the architect of SMHA. And with me tonight is Eric Leipart, and he is with Rise Above Signage. He's been the designer of the package, and I'm here to present on behalf of the owner, the signage package that's intended to put on the building. So if you remember this building, it's got an office building component, which is now turned into mercantile on the ground floor. And then on the back half, or say third, there's a garage, right? So what we're looking at tonight is the garage signage. And we really want to think about these in kind of two different languages. They'll be similar. There'll be some similarities between the garage side and the office side or mercantile side. But there'll be common language, but they are kind of different functions and different purposes. So there are 4 different types of signs proposed tonight. One is to be mounted to the face of the canopy or awnings, and the awnings were previously approved in a BAR presentation. Then there's some hang down signs that go over the actual vehicular openings. And then there is some signs that go on top of a pedestrian entrance. And we'll get to these in a second. And then the blade sign. And I think the blade sign that's illuminated is the one of primary import. The garage does operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that correct? That's tired. I'm tired.
We'll just all say yes.
All the time. Yeah, it's open all the time. So one of the things that happened earlier in the process of the building, we met with the neighborhood associations and they said, well, we really have a parking burden. And our client who bought the building said, well, we've got a solution for part of that. We have 6-story garage, but nobody knew about it. So part of the goal of the project is to make the garage more apparent and intuitive to use. And our owners think that the signage, illuminated signage, is the way to do that. Since they purchased the property, the garage has been more populated, which is awesome. There are more cars there. And we're trying to change the perception that it is a private garage, but it's a public garage. So I think signage is a major component to doing that. So that's the signage that's in this package. There are a couple things that we are committed to. One is low-level illumination. We'll put the illuminated blade sign on a dimmer so we can adjust the brightness. And then also the color temperature of 3000 K. So there's the location of the signs.
No, when you said you were, a couple of things you were committed to.
Yes.
Committed to the client or committed to conversations with BD?
Well, committed to implement in the design of the sign, low level temperature or the color temperature and the low level lighting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, as a result of just city standards.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. So there's the sign, different sign types, the 4 that we'll talk about. And these are the 2 of the 4. So we've got the ones that go on the canopy, and these canopies were again approved back when in April, I think. And then these are the 2 suspended signs that hang down that kind of tell you don't drive a Sprinter van through here. Then we've got some pedestrian openings, and they have the same awning that we approved previously, but have applied signage to the front of it. And more of the same. More of the same. A lot of those, this building has a lot of openings. I guess we have a 5th type, and that's the FTC that is actually on Meeting Street. That's not on the key plan, but it's on Meeting Street. And this doesn't have to be part of this approval. That's not our key priority right now. This is the blade signage we've been talking about. The inspiration for the sign came from on the lower right-hand corner. We found some pictures of the earlier Charleston Hotel, and there was this really neat sign off the corner of it right here that is this shape and design. That's where the inspiration came from. That photograph is from 1912. And I thought that shape was interesting. I said, well, let's try to resurrect it. The part that's illuminated, you can see on the top right, is really just the P and the public parking, again, to emphasize the fact that this is a public parking garage. And that sign would occur both on Hain and on Pinckney, directly above the primary vehicular entry. And this is some more details of the signs, but in a nutshell, that's what we're requesting tonight.
I like that parking sign.
Any
Back then. I'm sorry, yeah. Going in the quote. Yeah. First time you've ever heard that.
T-shirts.
Is there any ambient lighting over there? I'm on Google Maps right now.
There's a couple street lights, not a lot.
I don't even see those. That's crazy.
I think as part of the DRC process, I think there's been some conversations about street lights.
Okay.
Yeah, they're part of DRC will be introduced.
Okay.
As a part of this proposal, are you proposing that the FDC sign also be illuminated?
No.
Oh, okay.
So it
just
just
looks
shows
Oh,
it's reflective, yeah. Yes.
That sign was included in the original proposal package, that when we talked with staff, learned how to go to BAR, hindsight, maybe that should have been removed in advance of this, but that's just a required regulatory sign.
Right. And we'd love some relief, I would personally, from the red and white.
Yeah.
And the
We haven't had
mounting,
the staff comments yet. but-
sorry, the mounting locations for the interior signs, and this is my last question, I'll shut up. They're inside the columns, correct? Or how close are those to the face of the pilasters? They look in the rendering to be slightly behind them.
Which
Like,
picture?
sorry, the entrance clearance and all the signs that are at the drive-in here,
Okay.
these are mounted to the face, but the others are hanging just slightly back from the face.
Yes, they would be inbound and then in from the corners to maybe 6 or 8 inches.
So it's almost like you're on Meeting Street and look down, you don't see the.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, they'd be in the masonry opening.
Well, and also, I mean, these parking entrances are so far down, that block.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So we did place these awnings intentionally to drive attention or to draw attention to the actual entries, but yeah, those bars would be further in. Yeah.
Also just saying public parking is an upgrade from just parking.
Yeah. A lot of people thought it was a private parking garage.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was 6 stories.
6 story, has a basement. Don't go there when it's raining.
Yeah. That was
It was
the
there, but it was some fun was great.
Bank of America. I thought it was like for customers
Yeah.
who worked in the building.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was public record. You should go there when it's raining.
No one's listening. Promise you that.
Maybe. Any other questions of that?
Is there like a rendering that shows the parking sign like on the building?
Parking sign.
Blade, he needs the blade.
The blade sign?
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah.
It's
It's 390.
Got it.
390. Is it in this package?
Yeah, it's small. It's the example up at the top right. It shows the awning and then the parking P above it.
It's my bedtime. Let's see.
Maybe the next one.
Thank you.
No. Yeah, at the top
Yep.
right.
Yep. Top right, and that was included in the renderings from BAR back when. So back then, we were just showing it in concept, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here's another picture of the scene. Closer. And then back
Okay.
down there.
Thank you.
So we did study the scale of the overall building and presence and being too big, but not being big, but not too big.
Any other question? Any public comment? Nobody here. Well, I guess there's no public comment. Staff comments and
Sure.
recommendations.
We obviously recognize the need for the wayfinding, the safety issues. And we're supportive of the typography and design. Again, everything's well designed. BAR signage policy number 7 states that signage is only permitted on the ground floor facades. But staff approve of the location of the right angle signs for visibility purposes. So, that defies, we have to get the policy on the record, but we're comfortable with it. It's against policy. Policy number 10, not gonna include all the other notations, state that a business is permitted 1 right angle sign not exceeding 9 square feet. The applicant proposes 2 right angle signs, each measuring 22 square feet. We understand the need for this, but we would prefer some type of reduction in these signs to comply with the policy and or have the board overrule that comment. As part of previous BAR approval, metal canopies were installed over the vehicular and pedestrian entrances of the parking garage. And Jeff, can you forward one of those pictures? I'll keep reading, but because what we're recommending, and I'll tell you when to stop. That's good. Stop right there. Nope. That forward one more, because what we want to show. All right, so you see the sign over the entrance where cars go in. And then what they're asking for over the entrance where people go in, where the canopy is approved, is an additional public parking. And I may be colored by my own helping my parents with wayfinding, but we're concerned about the hierarchy between those two and want to make sure that people coming with cars really focus on the car canopy. So our suggestion was to not have public parking on the canopies for pedestrians, but instead put that signage on the door somewhere. So that way the taller, higher one, bigger one is for cars. And then on the door that a person would walk through is where we would suggest, because otherwise, that one is technically taller than the car one, so we're just worried a little bit about some wayfinding confusion. So that's my more casual way of explaining what is formally.
Somebody with a Mini Cooper is gonna.
Is
there a void?
So right now it's a door to a stairway. We're gonna remove that door. That was already part of the.
So there will be a void.
There's a void. Yeah, there's an
There
opening.
will be a void there.
So it is possible that a moped or meeting could go in there, and I agree.
Yeah,
that-
so no, that we just have some concern, and we can have staff deal with that particular signage if you want to go back and forth about how to make sure that the hierarchy of that one is not confusing for folks. We recommend paint, for sign D, painting the sign structure and mounting hardware black rather than white so that the supporting elements recede instead of drawing attention to themselves. And as requested, staff recommend different colors be chosen for the FDC sign that better relate to the exterior color of the parking structure. So if staff comments help you in your negotiations with fire, we are happy to provide those. So staff conditions, reduce the size of the right angle signs. Policy says 9 square feet, but I'm interested to see what the board says. The second one is this door issue, the hierarchy door issue, which we can work on at a staff level. Change 3 is changing the color of the sign structure and hardware, so it kind of disappears more. And then 4 is the fire sign, right? The one that we're recommending. And we recommend final approval of board and staff conditions, which is a common conditions, and staff review of the signage permit.
And this is
One response would be just be approved to allow the larger signage to occur, the blade sign on such a larger facade, recognizing that it goes against the typical policy. We just request that that signage be larger to enable better vision and to fit the scale of the facade.
And staff comments are per policy, but we are comfortable with board making their own work.
So everybody knows how I feel about the right angle sign. I'm not so, I am concerned about the size of it because we are already getting into some conflict with board policy.
Yeah.
And this would maybe compound that board policy of conflict. And I really do like the right angle sign, but I also think that the 9 square feet is important.
This drawing here, you can see the scale pretty well.
That's all.
Okay.
I can't see in my mind's eye what 9 square feet would be as opposed to what it is like 22, you said.
Yeah.
It's
It would be small.
Be small. Like
So it's a circular section of the sign, like trying to compare it, looks like it's 4 feet by 4 feet. And so that would basically reduce the circular, like if the circular section of the sign were reduced. I think the 22 is coming more out of that, but it's like if the circular section were, if it was only the circular section, then that 3 by 3 would kind of be a 9 square foot, but you're taking out the corners and you're adding a little bit to the top and the bottom. So it's kind of reducing it by maybe a foot or a little more than a foot out of the circle is kind of, to me, feels like about what you're talking about, just gut checking what we're looking at.
I've driven in foreign cities and all around the country, and I don't think there's anything more important than knowing where public, when you're driving in the city, to find a public parking lot. And the signs help. And I agree the 22 square feet is pretty big when you look at it on this sketch here. But I think.
And it is, let me just make sure I'm thinking about this correctly. It is illuminated,
Yes.
the P and
The
the
P.
public and the parking.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be smaller, and I agree with what you're saying. It's important for parking. I agree with that.
The other thing is, I think that sign over the door that says public parking, that's misleading. I think it's pedestrian entrance, isn't it? Or
Yes, sir.
something else. It's not public parking where a person goes in. It's a,
Agreed.
the other thing, I actually, I AI'd it about the FDC, because I've seen those things all my life. I never understood exactly what FDC stood for, Fire Department Connection. And they are really important. And I thought when it said work out the colors that go with the building, damn, from a personal injury plant exclusion sort of lawyer's perspective, that might not be appropriate under the law. So I looked. And I'm just gonna read you what I found. The BARL reviews in Charleston, fire marshals' life safety requirements generally take precedence. And I think we've got to put a condition on it that FDC sign be approved by the fire marshal without any question, because if we put a FDC sign up there that the fire department can't find and we get sued, it ain't gonna be a happy day.
They will require
Yeah,
it. They have a guidelines that we follow.
I've got them right here.
no, but this is common practice with BAR. We do this constantly. The fire department is used to this. Our local architects are used to this, where we do a color change. I mean, they can let you know, this is very common practice that we try to make the colors work a little more harmonious.
Yeah, they require like contrasting colors. They have some other comments, but there, it doesn't have to be red. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they always are, yeah.
Okay,
That's a very
good.
common.
That's the only comment I had. I didn't see it in there and I thought to say it. Is there a motion? Any other discussion?
One quick question. Do you know this? I know BD measured 22 square feet. Oh, it is there. It is 22 square feet.
Yeah, I don't know if that's per side or cumulative.
I was
The
adding,
area of the sign.
I was adding it up.
Is the-
It's 66, which is like basically 5 foot.
5.5
By, yeah, it's 5.5 by, yeah, 4. So that I multiply.
So just,
Yeah.
but obviously going down to 9 square feet would be a dramatic reduction. And so, for example, perhaps it's a 25% reduction that we could propose. I would be fine with that, as opposed to going all the way to 9 square feet.
I think 9 square feet is too small.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that comment, and also that'll be part of the staff comments, and then if she's gonna do the final review, then there's discretion.
So,
Is there a motion?
yes. Yes. Final approval. With board discussion. And staff conditions 2, 3, and 4. And a condition that the 2 parking signs be reduced by 25% in area, or square footage.
The right angle signs.
Yeah, I'm gonna write them as blade signs.
Blade
Blade signs.
Because they're both all parking.
Yeah, blade signs. Final approval. Board discussion. And staff conditions 2, 3, and 4. And a condition that the right angle signs be reduced by 25% in area.
I was second. Well, I mean, can we get that?
Any discussion?
I think it sounds perfect.
Do we need to repeat the motion?
No, I think we can just.
Okay.
Yeah, you think.
Yeah, in favor. Yeah, in favor.
Any in favor?
Got it.